2025 NFL League calendar Wednesday. Today, all 32 teams can initiate contract talks with unrestricted free agents. Teams will have more room to spend on their rosters next season. The NFL salary cap increased nearly $24 million to $279.2 million per team. Several quarterbacks are free agents, from Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and Justin Fields to Sam Darnold, who in his first season with the Vikings won more games than any starter in team history before Minnesota was blown out in its final 2 games. Longtime Tampa Bay Buccaneer Chris Godwin tops a free agent class of wide receivers. That also includes Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, and Amari Cooper.
Fox's Jared Max. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not, in the United States of America, be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Rundown now. The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the markets opened for the new week of trading this morning, they'll be hoping to maintain Friday's gains. When the Dow picked up 223, the S&P 500 32, and the NASDAQ 127 after a week of mostly down sessions due to tariff concerns. For the week, the Dow lost 1,039, the S&P 184, and the NASDAQ 651. Despite all the concerns, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday,
there's going to be no recession in America. What there's going to be is global tariffs are going to come down.
February's jobs report released Friday showed 151,000 new jobs created in the month compared with the revised figure of 125,000 in January. The unemployment rate rose slightly to 4.1%. This week we get the Consumer Price Index numbers on Wednesday and the Producer Price Index figures Thursday. Key readings concerning inflation. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
In just the past few days, several asteroids the size of passenger planes, one the size of a skyscraper, have passed by Earth, the closest 337,000 miles away. A football field-sized asteroid discovered in December set a record for the highest estimated probability of hitting Earth, 3% in 2032. That would wipe out any city it hits, plus some suburbs. Those odds have been lowered now, we're told, down to 1 in 100,000. Not nothing, but it looks like we'll be okay. Also okay, in about 2 weeks from a return to Earth, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, stranded on the International Space Station since last June, a stay that was supposed to last a week. Williams says it's been harder on their families than them.
It's been a roller coaster for them, probably a little bit more so than for us. You know, we're here, we have a mission, we're just doing what we do every day, and, you know, every day is interesting because we're up in space and it's a lot of fun.
Their Boeing Starliner capsule was considered too dangerous to fly home. A new ride is scheduled to launch March 12th, with the return trip about a week later. It'll be the third time they've had to get reacclimated to Earth.
I've seen astronauts come back and do jumping jacks and be just fine, flex their muscles and really demonstrate that, you know, it hasn't affected them that much.
Former NASA administrator, Oklahoma Congressman, and Navy pilot Jim Bridenstine.
I've also seen astronauts come back and, you know, a lot of it depends on how long you're in space, but a lot of it depends on the astronaut as well. So it can vary, but certainly, you know, being in space takes a toll on the human body. So we think about, you know, you can lose 1 to 3% of your bone mass every month when you're in space. So we have to, you know, make sure that we're guarding against that with exercise and, you know, taking the right medications to make sure that your bones aren't, I guess, degrading over time.
Butch and Sonny took questions the other day, and they didn't want to wade into politics and the idea that President Biden somehow, you know, contributed to them being stranded. But the one thing they did take issue with was Elon Musk saying the space station should be decommissioned sooner when it's planned to be decommissioned. Has the station been, you know, upgraded over the years, fixed up over the years, bit by bit, and it's still more than serviceable for a while, or is it really just getting to be time?
Yeah, so the law has extended the space station through 2030. I think NASA's plan is to actually deorbit it in 2031, which means, of course, the law would have to adjust to extend it to 2031. I do think that the space station is just an amazing feat of engineering capability. It's also an amazing tool of diplomacy. We've had astronauts from over 20 countries on the International Space Station. It's operated by 15 different countries, many of which are in the European Space Agency, but also Canada and Japan, and even Russia, if you can imagine. Space has always been a channel of communication and a tool of diplomacy. I think it's important for nations to work together and collaborate. Congress needs to step up and fund next generation space stations that are not going to be owned and operated by the US government or our international partners, but instead will be commercial, privately capitalized, to take advantage and benefit from all of these stunning discoveries that NASA has made in low Earth orbit.
Jim, you and Bill Nye have this op-ed up on thehill.com. It's not political per se, but it's, speaking of funding and things like that, it's calling for restored funding of asteroid research. Tell people about this mission to Apophis and why it's considered important.
So in 2029, Apophis is going to make a close approach to Earth. Now, this is the type of asteroid. Think of an asteroid the size of a stadium, except completely solid rock and metal. And if an asteroid like that were to ever impact the Earth, it would have devastating consequences, like similar to, what wiped out the dinosaurs. Like that's the type of consequence we're talking about. Now, it isn't going to hit the Earth, but it's going to fly low enough where it's going to go lower than a lot of the satellites that we have in what's called geostationary orbit. That's a pretty darn close approach. And we only discovered this asteroid in 2004. We recognized it was a threat. We made sure that it wasn't going to hit the Earth. What we need to do now, because it's going to come close, we need to characterize it as much as possible. And by the way, when it passes the Earth, that's not the end. It's going to come back around in 2035, and then it's going to come back around again. Now, in no case do we think that it's going to hit the Earth.
How so? I mean, I know there was talk of somehow diverting it. Is that still a thing?
Yeah. So we did a mission when I was at NASA called DART, Double Asteroid Redirect. Pretty much most asteroids that you see in space are not alone. They usually travel, they have an asteroid orbiting another asteroid. In this particular case, what we did is we found an asteroid that was being orbited by another asteroid, and we took an impactor, a satellite designed to crash into the asteroid, and we crashed it into the orbiting asteroid. Now, when we did that, we changed its trajectory or its orbit around the main asteroid. And by doing so, we changed the trajectory of the main asteroid that could actually be a threat. Every object that has mass has gravity. You can use the satellite that you're flying in formation with the asteroid. You can use the gravity of that satellite to pull the asteroid just a smidge off of its current trajectory. But the thing is, you got to know it's there. And that's really what the planetary defense mission is all about. We need to have good astrophysics capabilities to know what's out there so that we can catch it early enough if necessary and then make it move with our capabilities.
Well, there's this other asteroid that people are, nicknaming City Killer. I guess, it's going to get here first, but that was discovered just in December. Now, my wife says it's okay for us to spend a little extra money now because we're not going to need it past 2032. So where are we with 2020 YR4? I know that the latest estimate says that it's more likely to hit the moon than us.
Now, we have seen, asteroids do make it through the atmosphere. We see that. I don't know if you remember, but when I was in the House of Representatives, I think it was like 2013 or 2014, there was an asteroid that came through and it hit a city in Russia called Chelyabinsk. And it exploded before it hit the Earth, but the explosion was so big, a lot of windows throughout Chelyabinsk broke, car alarms went off. It shocked a lot of people. Now, I don't think it killed anybody, but asteroids do from time to time make it through the atmosphere and hit the Earth. I mean, that's what rare earth metals are. They're not earth metals at all. They're asteroid impacts. So it's nothing to be worried about. It shouldn't scare anybody. But I do think that as a civilization, as humanity, we should be certainly looking out into the cosmos, assessing any kind of risks, and being ready to take action if necessary.
Let me ask you one question before I let you go about satellites. More and more and more going up all the time. How is that orbital traffic managed? Why don't I mean, is it just because space is really big, dummy, you don't have to worry about it? Or is that satellite traffic coordinated somehow? Why aren't there wrecks?
Yeah. So this is a long, we could do an entire show about this, but different orbits have different ways of controlling the traffic. When you're in low Earth orbit, say 300 kilometers up to 600 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, those orbits, if you don't use propulsion, those orbits degrade pretty rapidly. So within 5 years, because of the drag of the upper atmosphere, those satellites will just re-enter and burn up in the atmosphere. But those orbits, for the most part, clean themselves over a period of time. As you go into higher orbits around the Earth, there is not enough drag to make them come back as fast. It might take 15 years. It could take 20 years. The higher you go, the less drag and the longer your orbit will sustain. So in those cases, we need to have really good ability to maneuver, to avoid collisions in orbit. We need to actually be able to deorbit satellites at the end of their lives. So it's more expensive to be in those orbits for those reasons than it is in lower orbits. Those satellites don't come home because that's so far away they don't come home. But you have to sink them way out in deep space. So you basically push them way out into deep space to get them out of the way at the end of their lives. Okay, so that's kind of how we deal with it. The biggest challenge we have is that right now the preponderance of the assets in space are US, but now you've got lots of countries and lots of companies all around the globe that are wanting to put their own constellations in orbit. And that's going to only make things more and more congested and, in fact, more contested. And those are things that we have to be on the lookout for and aware of.
All right. Thanks. The coming space war with Jim Bridenstine, former Navy pilot, Oklahoma congressman, pulled out of Congress by President Trump during his first term to serve as NASA administrator. Jim, thanks a lot. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. Always.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, C. Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump sounding optimistic Sunday that a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine may be coming soon.
We're looking at a lot of things. We have big meetings coming up, as you know, in Saudi Arabia. That's going to include Russia. It'll be Ukraine. We'll see if we can get something done. President
commenting to reporters on Sunday. Saudi Arabia set to host talks Tuesday between the U.S. and Ukraine. 5 people injured after a small plane crash near a retirement village south of Lancaster Airport. Air traffic control audio indicating the plane went down after reporting an open door.
Lancaster Tower, Bonanza 347 Lake has an open door. We need to return for a landing.
And no one on the ground was injured. Canada electing Mark Carney as Prime Minister to succeed Justin Trudeau. He says Canada will keep its retaliatory tariffs in place until, quote, the Americans show us some respect. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
On the eve of NFL free agency, the Bills and quarterback Josh Allen agreed on a 6-year, $330 million deal, $250 million of that guaranteed, the most ever given to an NFL player. Browns defensive end Myles Garrett, now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, agreeing on a 4-year extension averaging $40 million per year, including $123.5 million in guaranteed dollars. Garrett had demanded a trade earlier this offseason. The Steelers acquired DK Metcalf from the Seahawks for a second-round pick and will sign the receiver to a 5-year, $150 million extension. And Christopher Bell won his 3rd straight NASCAR Cup race in Phoenix. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
What is Shador at the NFL level? Do the Giants believe they can put everything in that basket and trade up and go get their guy? Do the Browns automatically take quarterback even if Cam Ward is gone whenever they draft it too? Do they need to trade up one spot to guarantee they get their guy, Cam Ward? Because the belief is if they wait, they can get Shador because Cam Ward's going number 1. Or is Shador going to be the guy that is falling in the draft a bit? When I say falling past 5 to the New York Jets. I believe they picked 7. I wish that Shador would just straight up say, I need to be in Cleveland. They need me. They need me. Because I think everyone would say, given your pick, would you go to the Giants or the Browns? I'm picking the Giants. I'm picking the Jets over the Browns because of the quarterback spot.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A gloomy prediction for the role of women in the workforce.
A new report by JP Morgan Chase finds that gender equality gains have stalled, and at the current rate, it'll take 134 years for women to reach full parity. More women are participating in the workplace, but female representation in senior leadership roles remains at the low level of about 32% globally. And the U.S. gender pay gap increased to about 17% last year. When it comes to banking, we really don't like change. A new Bankrate survey found that bank and credit union customers have kept the same savings and checking accounts at the same institutions for an average of 17 to 19 years. When asked why they've stayed with the same bank or credit union, more than 2 in 5 said it was because of convenience. U.S. consumers dialed back the pace of borrowing in February after a near-record increase a month earlier. Total credit increased $18.1 billion in January after a revised $37.1 billion jump in December. That's according to Federal Reserve data that came out Friday. I'm Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, March 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. And I was told before the show that today is March 10th, and that is also Jimmy Kelly's and I believe Rich Cioli's birthdays. So happy birthday to Jimmy Kelly, who just turned 27.
Uh-oh.
And the music just crashed.
Uh-oh.
And
the day the music died.
Yeah. Also Zioli's birthday, according to Jimmy Kelly. Now,
that is correct.
It is correct. Okay.
Zioli's like a woman, though. He doesn't...
That's right.
He never admits his age or admits how old he is or admits
Smart
when his
man.
birthday is. Because he's ridiculous.
Eternal life.
He wants to sound younger than he is, or older than he is, or whatever.
His spirit is very young. His personality is very young. It's just the rest of his body that's 82 from all the surgeries.
By the way, today's National Napping Day, so happy holiday, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, it's every day, bro. It's every day. Don Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. We had an awesome Mamma Mia. I'm so ABBA'd out today, but we had a great
good performance.
High School Musical.
Yeah.
And a lot of tears, senior moms.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you were talking about age, Greg Stocker, like the age of kids aging out of high school.
Your boy have a prominent role in the production, or was he an extra?
No, he was if you know Mamma Mia, he played Sam, which is one of the leading male role.
Oh.
So, but they choose those because there are so many prominent roles in the entire production.
Oh, okay.
It's amazing.
Very cool.
So
all right.
It was wonderful.
Did you have to sit through multiple shows like Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
See, I don't view it like that.
No, you're not a man.
Because I'm not, I don't believe that you can babysit your own children, things like that. No, but it was fun.
I feel so awful when you have like a chorus or a band or a drama club where you invite relatives. Hey, my daughter or son has this performance coming up, and you're like, you have to go to all of them. My God, is that brutal. I would actually, Dawn, argue this, and Stocker, your days are coming as well, because your boy will be at that point when he's got the possibility to perform in something like this. I think every man out there, and maybe some of them won't admit it, but they do not like going to any of these types of things.
I think it depends.
It is
right.
brutal.
It depends on the role, and this was like a professional production, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
But we didn't. Saturday night, we had committed to the Mummers Gala. Congratulations to all the award winners. And so Saturday, we didn't make it.
Okay.
Because of that, because we had a pre-commit. So then a lot of family, thank you for stepping up. A lot of them listening this morning.
There you go.
Big fans of Kayal and Company.
Beautiful. Stocker, how was the weekend? Did you enjoy the extra light yesterday?
Oh, it was lovely,
Woo!
except for the fact that I, got an hour less sleep.
I know, right?
I enjoyed the extra daylight yesterday. Got a lot of stuff in the yard done. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
happy.
All right. Yeah. Strong calls out there for people saying, let's just leave it like this forever. And I would not object. That was our poll question last week.
Yeah, there are, but I'm also getting a lot of pushback from people. Not pushback, but people saying that they tried this. They tried this in 1974 or whatever, and people hated it so much that they went back to it in 1975.
Oh.
So it has been tried before, granted a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Zeoli may or may not have been born. Nobody knows, because nobody knows how actually how old he is. But they tried it, and it didn't work.
Okay. Well, there you have it. We have a lot to get to on the show today. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Harry Mays will join us. And this is going to be a week in which we will have a guest on every single day this week. It's kind of like Sweeps Week, except it's Guest Week on Kayal and Company.
Guest Week.
And I have sent out the questions. We have had communication. I was chatting with Elon Musk via email.
I sent out the question. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if that was grammatically.
Probably was not. But Elon is in possession of where we will go tomorrow, as the greatest Elon Musk impersonator will join the greatest Donald Trump impersonator tomorrow on the show.
Has Elon responded to you?
He has.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Because he doesn't reply all. And if there's one thing that I cannot stand, is people who on bulk emails reply all.
Yes.
Or the people, when you're on an email chain with 3 or 4 people, don't reply all.
That is correct. Can we get some consistency
thank
here?
you. Thank you very much.
Know the tone of the conversation.
Well, if you get an email, like, sometimes David Yadgroff sends to us, is like, you don't reply all to those.
And if you do, you should be doged.
Absolutely. Or, when we're congratulating somebody about some promotion, and every person writes back to everybody, congratulations, oh, you're so deserving of this. Stop. The other thing is,
brown nosing never ends.
When you're on an email with 3 or 4 people and you only respond to the sender, that's a Doge offense too.
That's correct.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. We got to Doge everybody.
So much to remember.
It is. There's a lot of rules out there, Dawn. I don't write them. I just either agree or disagree with them. All right, we have a lot to get to. A big take this morning on the first big Democrat pivot from a losing issue. We'll get to that this morning. Also, Tim Walz comes out and says, yeah, you know what? On second thought, we had an awful campaign. And revisionist history, Monday morning quarterbacking it, he is basically throwing a lot of people under the bus. We'll get to that story. And also this story that came out and then was quickly rebuked. Donald Trump Jr., 2028, according to 3 high-level sources, could be a presidential nominee.
By the way,
candidate, I should say.
By the way, Dawn, did you meet Dr. Phelan McGroin on Saturday night? Because he says he met you and Lara on Saturday night.
Yes.
Wow. Dr. Phelan McGroin.
Hopefully everybody kept to themselves. No touching.
At the Mummers, the great Mummers Gala.
Nice.
There you go.
Steelworkers Union facilities.
Only in this business would somebody come up to you and be like, "Hi, Dawn, Dr. Phelan McGroin."
From the
YouTube
chat.
Oh, from the YouTube chat. Oh, okay.
We're all friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all family.
Yeah.
And then lastly this morning, before we get to the cut sheet, we have violence breaking out in high school athletics and other athletic endeavors, one of which is local because a brawl erupted at a flag football tournament in South Jersey.
It's amazing. It's an amazing story.
And then a vicious attack.
Oh, that's not funny.
In a Virginia track and field competition, and we have the video footage of that. We'll get to that coming up today. But let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:07. We give it off to Mamma Mia, Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live this beautiful Monday morning by the Philadelphia Boat Show. We're at 40 degrees, and wait till you hear this beautiful forecast for you. It'll make you forget all about daylight saving time. We do have an update on this plane crash in Pennsylvania. 5 people are injured but survived this crash. Small plane crashing in the parking lot of a retirement community happened in Lancaster County, according to Pennsylvania officials and investigators. That plane, single engine, 6-seater, Beechcraft Bonanza, 5 people on board, and it had departed Lancaster Airport. That was yesterday afternoon, headed to Springfield Beckley Municipal Airport, headed to Ohio. So shortly after takeoff, And according to the audio that they're already listening to, obviously this is under investigation locally and by the NTSB, etc. But the pilot of the plane radios the air traffic control center that the door to the aircraft is open. Apparently it won't shut. There's a problem here, and he needs to return for landing. Emergency situation, air traffic controller responding. Pilot tells him he cannot hear him because of the loud wind noise, because the door's open, agape. So he's going to return to land. So in this one, thank God everybody walks away from it, albeit there are some injuries here, but air traffic control telling the pilot one of the runways is cleared for landing. 13 seconds later, the air traffic controller tells the pilot, pull up, pull up. Little less than a minute later, air traffic controller reports to Rescue 1, aircraft is down. So a crash landing right into this parking lot of Brethren Village, retirement community, and it's in Manheim Township, crash site less than a mile away from the airport. In other words, couldn't make it to the airport, so the pilot tries to find a spot, a safe spot, where he can make it down and crash lands here. So 5 people on board, taken to area hospitals. We don't have their conditions, but it appears that they don't have life-threatening injuries.
Wow.
But what this is incredible.
We have some of the audio if you want to play it, Phil.
Lancaster Tower, Bonanza 347 Mike has an open door. We need to return for landing.
347 Mike, Roger. You want to make it to 31 or 26?
Lancaster Tower, I cannot hear you with the wind, so we're going to return to 26. We're going to do downwind.
347 Mike, Roger. Runway 26, clear to land.
26, clear to land. 347 Mike.
347 Mike, pull up.
Rescue 1, Lancaster Tower, the aircraft is down out just behind the terminal on the parking lot street area.
Wow.
It's pretty remarkable that you could get away with minor injuries or not.
I don't know they're minor, but it looks like
I wonder how, did the door just fly open, or did they forget to close it? I'm sure they didn't forget to close it,
Maybe you didn't close it all the way.
It's
I
one of those.
Tell my daughters all the time, can we please shut the truck
Shut
door
the
full?
door!
It's either they slam it to the point where the glass is going to break, or they barely close it. Unbelievable.
So we'll continue to watch for those updates, but and it was a fiery crash, so they had the fire trucks on the scene, all of that, but they got them out. So just pretty incredible.
Not a great couple of months for.
I know.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as far as we've already debunked that they're not happening more frequently. Commercial airlines are safer than driving on the Schuylkill. Let me ask you: does anybody on this show have the desire to fly in a little private plane like that as a passenger or pilot?
Well,
I have no interest in either one of those.
Two different questions. One of those Cessnas? No. Like a private plane? Yes.
Well, yeah, but like one of these little 4-seaters?
No.
I have no interest in going in any of those.
I know people that fly that love it, that do it all the time.
Oh yeah, and they do it as almost like a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah.
So speaking of airplanes, we have Air Force fighter jets intercepting a civilian aircraft flying in the temporary restricted airspace right near, of course, Mar-a-Lago, President Donald Trump's Florida home. This happened last night, bringing the number of violations to more than 20 since the president took office, obviously January 20th. And so we have, the North American Aerospace Defense Command. They released a statement telling us that this took place as Trump finished a round of golf at his West Palm Beach golf course, saw F-16s deploy flares. Imagine this. So I don't know, I don't know what was going on. It appears there was no threat, but this guy, civilian pilot, all of a sudden sees F-16s deploying flares to get I think they probably got his attention.
Mm-hmm.
So the jet's conducting an intercept Saturday morning, also shortly after Trump arrived at the course from his private Mar-a-Lago club and residence. So these airspace intrusions, as they're called, technically, if you don't respond quickly, they can, for national security purposes, they could shoot you down.
Oh yeah. And and Trump's not even safe on his own golf courses. Remember, Ryan Wesley Ruth, September, in the bushes. Now we've got people flying in the wrong airspace above the property. I'd shoot everybody down.
So no word if it affected the president's golf game. So we'll have to hopefully find that one out. But no harm, no foul, except maybe I don't know. Did the pilot with the flares in the F-16s? Did he? I wonder if
he bailed back out over the Atlantic.
I wonder if his pants were a little bit moist there. You know,
I'd soil myself if I saw a couple of F-16s. I actually have audio of Secret Service Agent Johnson telling Donald Trump the first word. This is actually the first word out of his mouth, and then Trump's response.
Sure. Sure. Is that Sean Farish?
I've got Farish on the board now. I told people it was coming, so the sir is on the board.
I love it. Look, we have Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday and the Foundation for Delaware County announcing a deal. This happened late last night. We've been reporting on the hospital systems that were set for a possible shutdown serving the residents in and around Delaware County locally here. And so they announced that a deal has been reached to help Crozier Health System hospitals open. This is just for the immediate future, while the long-term restructuring plan, that is still being hashed out. So this announcement coming to keep Crozier, Chester, and Taylor hospitals open. This comes after a day-long emergency meeting. This happened in Harrisburg just yesterday. So we've been watching this very carefully, these different holding companies. It's an issue across the country, but locally really impacting hard-hitting Delaware County. So the company Prospect Medical Holdings that owns Crozier Health told a bankruptcy judge that they didn't have enough money to keep the hospitals open until this Friday. And so this now is after Dave Sunday, the relatively new attorney general. He had actually filed a suit, if you remember, saying that basically, I'm paraphrasing here, that there was some mismanagement going on. And so now they have this emergency meeting over the weekend, negotiations. But this impacts, impacts hundreds of thousands of residents locally because of hospitals, profitability, all of that. But this one particularly in Delaware County. So we're watching that one very carefully. Hey, consumer alert, and we talk about this all the time, credit card skimming devices. And we find them on the Pennsylvania side across the country. This is a South Jersey warning in particular. They found a credit card skimming device at a grocery store in Pennsauken. Turns out it had been there for 4 days before anybody realized it or spotted it. And so now there are warnings across the region to customers who shopped at Save-A-Lot. Keep an eye on your financing because of this. So the skimming device in particular, this is the 3900 block of Federal Street, Pennsauken. And so Pennsauken police putting out the warning. We've seen this across the region. Usually they're spotted more quickly, but in this one it went 4 days. Remember we had that one a few years back in Wawa, and the problem here is when we see it at one place, oftentimes what they find when they start checking, it's at a number of the places. And so that's why now there's a larger, broad-scale investigation looking into this.
They tell you when you put your debit card in not to put your PIN and just hit the green.
And go credit?
And just do credit. Because the skimming, they get your PIN number.
Okay. Interesting. I did not know that. Yeah. That was the defense to it, so to speak.
It's a sin.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of credit cards, how about this on a bipartisan front? AOC and Florida's Anna Paulina Luna put legislation together on Friday to cap credit card interest rates at 10%.
How about that?
What I mean, AOC and Anna Paulina Luna, they don't agree that today's Monday, and they're on board with that. That was one of the things that Trump talked
said
about
on the campaign trail.
Yes, indeed.
So we're glad to see it come to fruition. Wouldn't that be nice?
I know 10%? 10%,
wow. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Trump that was one of his campaign promises. So here we go. And speaking of that, I know we'll talk tariffs. I know we'll talk economy, all of that coming up. Trump, Doge, more cuts to come, all of that here on Kayal & Company. We are sponsored by the Philadelphia Boat Show. The boat sale of the year, it's back. Philadelphia Boat Show coming up March 14th to the 16th at the Expo Center in Oaks. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and more. See phillyboatshow.com for all the deets, for all the ticket details. And we do have a Sixers win which is nice, against the Utah Jazz. So that final was 126-122.
They were booed Friday night. If you were watching SmackDown on Friday night, it was at the Wells Fargo Center.
Yes, indeed.
The Philly crowd jam packed in the Wells Fargo Center. So they had them in the front row. I think it was Paul George and a couple other ones, and they were holding up a title thing with the Sixers on it.
Yep.
And the Philly crowd was none too pleased.
Gave it to them.
For your Philadelphia 76ers. Roll it.
Roaring when Randy Orton started our evening. And they saw Charlotte Flair attack Tiffany Stratton, and sitting nearby ringside here are the 76ers. They're going to host the Jazz come Sunday, and they have been loving the action ringside. Fans, you can get a mixed reaction when you have certain struggles.
You can get a mixed reaction.
Mixed reaction.
Yeah.
When you have certain struggles.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if that was the Eagles players or the Phillies players.
No, standing ovation.
Standing ovation.
Yeah.
Flyers and Sixers, not so much.
Yeah. What a shock. Paul George sitting in a seat front row, just like he does 82 games a year. You loser.
It's a sin. Eek. I love the booze. Maybe the booze inspired him.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to be inspired by this forecast. The high today, 67 degrees, bright sunny skies. Tomorrow, a beautiful 69 degrees for your Tuesday. Greg's doctor always says Tuesday, 69. And then near 60 Wednesday, Thursday. So the week, really, we're not hitting anything below 60, I'll say, for this week. So upper to mid 60s throughout. We don't see rain until maybe next Sunday. Gorgeous weather week ahead. Hopefully it inspires our lawmakers on Capitol Hill to get her done by the mid-March deadline. We're talking about that at the end of the week. Kill & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. The big take is on the other side as we have our first pivot from the left. That's coming up next. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we are talking about the Honda Prologue today, which is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. 3 charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne today for details, and shop online at piazzahonda.com.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It is a Monday morning here on Kayal and Company, March 10th, 2025. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend, great weather upon us. The cut sheet coming up in just about an hour and 20 minutes. Our buddy Harry Mays will jump in for that. And the cut sheet is absolutely stacked today. Always my favorite edition, fresh off of a weekend in which there was, 72 some hours for people to say a bunch of dumb things. And then we'll talk about it. And that's coming up in just a little bit. But before all of that, let's get down to business and kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take, pivots, admissions, and crazy calling out crazy. Two things are absolutely true. The Democrats are in complete disarray 17 weeks after losing the 2024 election. And secondly, it's entirely too early to offer up prognostications for the 2028 election, but that doesn't mean that the pivot for the left hasn't started. Per usual, it typically begins on the left coast, and that's what has occurred with California Governor Gavin Newsom. The horrible politician is expected to be on a short list of Democratic primary options in a few years that could include Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, perhaps New York Mayor-to-be Andrew Cuomo, and countless others out there. In a podcast late last week with Charlie Kirk, Newsom said that biological men in women's sports is deeply unfair. Quote, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. It's, quote, deeply unfair. Don't believe Gavin Newsom, folks. Forget the word pivot. This is a fraudulent grift. He knows that Democrats are on the wrong side of this 80-20 issue, perhaps even 90-10 issue. And now he's taking his first step towards common sense with bigger goals down the road. Bill Maher addressed the Newsom switch Friday night on HBO and had this to say with his panel. Listen and watch.
They asked him about females in sports. Would you say no to men in female sports? He said it's an issue of fairness. It's deeply unfair. Okay, it's so funny. Gavin, I do love this because I do think he's a great politician. I know he's slick. Yeah, they said there's something about Clinton. He's a great politician. He's really smart. He can talk great. Chicks dig him. And I've always been saying if he would just tack to the center. Well, it happened this week. He said, I had one meeting where people started going around the table with pronouns, and I said, what the hell? Why is this the biggest issue? Well, Gavin, like 2 weeks ago, it was the biggest issue for you, but I don't care. I don't care. You made the switch, and I love it. That's what I'm saying, is you made the switch, and I love it.
I hope Americans don't take the bait and fall for this, but with Gavin Newsom, I don't think they really will. Gavin Newsom is not to be trusted. His own in-laws left the state of California for Ron DeSantis' state of Florida. His whole family, according to reports, is center or right of center. I think this is a bogus pivot, as bogus as Eric Adams in New York all of a sudden being against illegal immigration. But one man who also has his radar up is Charlemagne. He joined the Andrew Schultz podcast to call a spade a spade. Listen and watch this.
See, the thing about the Democrats now, some of them you can't take serious. Because where was all of this common sense when it wasn't popular?
Yeah.
When it wasn't popular in your party? Like, now that they see politically, it cost them, now they all pivoting. So what are you doing? You're just playing politics.
Exactly.
What did you actually believe? Did you always think this was silly?
So then say that so we could trust you. But if you don't say it, it's going to be very difficult for us to trust you.
I would love to see somebody go on TV and be like, look, man, finally, I can tell you what I really feel about this. Just say it. I know it wasn't good for us politically to say it, but now that we know how bad it cost us, I never was with that.
Yo, we will trust that person.
Yo, it's okay to admit you was wrong. No. But don't just pivot and act like you knew this all along.
You knew this would happen. The only question is whether or not more Democrat weasels like Newsom with big platforms, Shapiro and others, whether or not they will pivot or they will quadruple down on the woke fringe ideologies. I would actually argue that you will not see more of this because the Democrat Party is now under progressive reign. And who's one of the biggest, if not the biggest funder of progressive ideologies in this country? George Soros. You think he's bankrolling a moderate? Not a chance in hell. From pivots and admissions to calling out the crazies, former Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown, who has aligned himself with MAGA and the Trump campaign last fall, joined the Joe Rogan podcast this Friday, and he blasted the Democrats from last Tuesday for not standing up and clapping for a 13-year-old boy who survived 13 brain surgeries. Listen and watch this.
Why'd you choose the helmet?
I feel like this is one of the lucrative helmets that they wear when they go to war.
Lucrative?
Yeah, lucrative. This is the crash out buckets because I feel like when you wear this helmet, you already crashed out. It's like you committed to the crash out. Like
Right. You're all in.
All in. So I feel like we at war right now with the Democrats. I know.
Isn't that crazy to say?
I know. But,
it's crazy to say, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Exactly.
I just can't believe people say it, and it's true.
It's wild life right now.
What is like the Democrats are now the Republicans.
Yes, it's wild.
They're the ones trying to control
speech.
speech.
They didn't even clap for the little kid.
No.
That was...
No. They didn't clap for the little kid. They didn't clap for the lady who got up by that volleyball player that was a dude. They didn't clap for Lake and Riley who got murdered by the illegal immigrants.
It was crazy.
Well, it's just we're so divided. It's so you can't clap for a little kid who survived cancer. What the is wrong with you?
Yeah, where your heart at?
Like he's on their side, so you can't clap for this little kid. Like you're upset. Yeah. This little kid's watching you not clap at him.
Yeah, that's
crazy. That's a little child.
Yeah, hurting his heart.
A child with cancer, and you can't put your aside to give that kid some love. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown has said that he believes he has CTE. I also believe that. The dude is completely unhinged and off his rocker, and even he thinks the Democrats have lost their minds. And why have they lost their minds? Because they not only can't tell you what a woman is, but they also cannot identify a normal dude that relates with the common man to be the face of the party moving forward. And putting on dance displays on a Friday with Bill Nye the Science Guy will not bring normal men to your side of the political aisle. Here was the Stand Up for Science rally in D.C. on Friday. Listen and watch this awful clip.
Sing along with us. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Science lights the way. Science lights the way.
What in God's name was that? Here's an idea for the Democrat Party. Tell the 63-year-old women that are liberal in your party to just stay out of the spotlight. Just a suggestion. That was laid off NIH workers doing cringy things in front of the Lincoln Memorial. That ain't going to cut it. The Democrat Party just keeps getting more and more embarrassing because they don't have a single known, relatable commodity, normal guy to take the reins and run with it. Here's Charlemagne and Schultz a little bit more on the stark contrast between the state of affairs with where the Democrats are today compared to where MAGA and the GOP is. Listen and watch this.
Republicans are playing a very interesting game because they're playing. It's like trying out a new offense because you know the other team's defense sucks.
That's right. That's a good ass point.
I can f- up. I can fumble. I know they can't recover the goddamn
that's a
ball.
great ass point.
I can try this person at this position. I can try this person at this position. We can just f***ing run through them because they don't have no.
They don't even have
us.
one person to be president.
Not one.
Son, the next Democratic president also is going to be doing first take. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Is that the next Democratic hopeful also got to wake up every morning and be like, LeBron's not as good as Jordan. Every single morning he got to do that.
Man, I saw Bill Maher say that the next Democratic ticket, I don't know if he was being funny, but he had a real whole breakdown about it during New Rules.
What is that?
John Fetterman and Pete Buttigieg. That ain't gonna do it, bro. That ain't gonna do it. And I like both of them. But
who's president?
John's the top of the ticket and Pete's the bottom.
Might not do it, but I recall somebody on 1210 WPHT saying John Fetterman could become the face of the party in about 3 years. I wonder where that guy went. All the Trump administration has to do, though, is this: make the economy more affordable again. And Democrats are dead on arrival. They are done. If the economy gets to where Trump and we all want it to get to, Democrats are done because they're on the losing issue, on the wrong side of every other major political issue. Borders, wars, free speech, losing endeavors. But regardless of who the face is, what their stance on men and women's sports is, and how many course corrections they make, they're in trouble because Trump is already delivering 7 weeks in. And the Democrats find themselves in a catch-22. They know that woke is a losing recipe, but are they willing to alienate and ditch the marginalized wackos that they have pandered to for the last 5+ years? Are there more people like Gavin Newsom out there, whether it's authentic or not, that are going to start to slide back to the right towards common sense? Time will tell. I just don't believe their sincerity. And I would say neither should you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. You can let it rip in the YouTube chat, as many of you like to do. Dawn Stenzlin, I'll start with you. Are you buying the Gavin Newsom pivot where all of a sudden he says, yeah, it is kind of ridiculously unfair that men are in women's sports? And do you think more are going to follow his lead?
I hope that more follow his lead. And I think that to say that he's not a bad politician. You might say his policies are bad, right? Or that maybe you think he's a bad person. But this guy is a classic. If AI could make a politician, as far as somebody who we don't appreciate his policies, we think he's a slick talker. But this guy is that slick talking politician. If you looked in the dictionary, there is his picture with his slick back hair. Even when we played that California Mom, remember that? And she was so great.
Oh, at the fires.
Remember that?
Yes.
And I just think, who could stand there and he lied? He lied to her.
I'm trying to call Joe. I don't have service.
Yeah. And then she's like, what can I say? And she was just, I really think she was, her kid's school just burned down. She wants to know what's happening. So she's like, can I see? Can I look? I just think this guy, don't discount him because, he was smart. He was smart to go on Hannity. He did that whole debate. Again, he got clobbered by DeSantis, but he's a good-looking guy. He's a slick talker. And for people who are not paying attention, this guy, unfortunately, this guy is still a contender. I mean, I wish I were wrong.
On a short list, I would say yes. Although I think I think he would be easy to pick apart in a debate on the failures of the job.
I hope,
in
Nick.
California. Now you said, and maybe you misspoke, or maybe you meant it. I don't know. I'll ask you. You said, I hope that more are like him and will agree and publicly say that men shouldn't be in women's sports.
Yes, that's what I meant.
I disagree. I don't want them to change.
No,
I want them to stay
no.
on a losing path to failure.
Not letting girls be collateral damage. Absolutely.
Well, yes,
no,
that's fair.
You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
sure.
It's too important. Like the locally, the girl right now who's, coming in second after you've worked your whole life from being a little kid, and she's from Quakertown, ran against a biological male, a big boy who decided to run as a girl and beats her. Comes in first. She came in second now. That's what the history books show.
Right.
There are all kinds of lawsuits over this across the country. But no, this is, and the thing that kills me is that it's crushing to these girls' spirit. Forget about the race in and of itself, okay? Just go and forget about the fact that now they can't say they came in first, which does, of course, when you're a senior, help your college application process,
absolutely.
right?
Yes, absolutely.
For locally a judge, Wendy Beetlestone, to say, oh, well, there's no impact. But let's just talk about the emotional impact, the crushing impact that when you, God forbid, you lose the race, you lost, and now they say, you're not allowed to say anything.
Yep.
You say, well, you were a boy yesterday. Oh, you're in trouble now. You're bullying. You're you're this, you're that. This is crushing the spirits of girls. So no, I'm glad Gavin Newsom.
I like that one. Let's go with that. We'll call him Goosum for now on the show.
I'm glad he came out like that. I hope they all, get some sense. And by the way, I hope that John Fetterman, because he has such an influence, on social media, let John Fetterman come out and say he's a dad, he's a husband. Why doesn't he come out and tell the truth and say this is nothing about being mean or bullying anybody? That's not what we're talking about. If anybody bullies a kid because they're coming out as trans or whatever that is for them, you be you.
Right.
Okay? But this is not about that. Support the girls.
Very interesting story here. I've got two that it really falls into what we're talking about here with the state of the Democrat Party. So Tim Walz, this story from Politico from over the weekend, had some sharp critiques of the Dems' 2024 campaign. He thinks that he and Kamala Harris played it too safe last year. The Minnesota governor, in an interview with Politico before he spoke to nearly 1,000 Democrats at a fairgrounds event over the weekend, said, quote, "We shouldn't have been playing this thing so safe." Walz said that the campaign's risk-averse approach was a byproduct of the brief 107-day campaign because, quote, "there are things you might have been able to get your sea legs, if you will, 18 months out where the stakes were a lot lower." But he said after you lose, you have to go back and asses where everything was at. And I think that is one area we should think about. He said, "We as a party are more cautious. In football parlance, we were in a prevent defense to not lose, and we never had anything to lose because I don't think we were ever ahead." He said you probably should have just rolled the dice and taken more of a shot. He goes on to say to prove that he was going to try to prove Democrats or, voters out there that they were wrong. He says, quote, "You're full of S. I don't believe in you. I think there could have been more of that to prove that we were legit." And I would say this. I don't think it was necessarily playing it safe. I think he's misreading his own situation. I mean, they tried to hide Kamala Harris. They attacked type A alpha men. They tried to brand it as toxic masculinity. They tried to say that Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff were what new masculinity looks like. They ran on with Kamala price controls. He got caught in military lies. Kamala's doing phony accents. And Kamala flipped on fracking, which is huge in Pennsylvania, and EV mandates. And then just to pivot to this story that Greg found during the break from the New York Times, and this plays into Democrats not having a relatable dude. The New York Times has a story called "Ambitious Democrats Have a New Game Plan. Yak it up about sports." The byline says, "Prominent leaders are flocking to sports radio shows and podcasts, an early sign of how the party is trying to reach apolitical young men who have tilted toward President Trump." and they give a quote from Tim Walz about the Green Bay Packers. They give a quote about Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, talking about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and then our very own governor, Josh Shapiro, talking about how the Sixers suck right now. And they go on to write that these Democrats now view sports radio, podcasts, and other mediums where the common guy goes to listen to things or to have basically water cooler conversations as their new target. Remember, Trump was really good at this. Some of this was probably Barron Trump and that Loudon cat where they were like, dude, you got to start doing podcasts. You got to talk to gamers. You got to reach a generation of people that you're not even thinking about. And you guys all know this on this show. There's a sports station down the hall, right? And a lot of people listen to that station. If you're a Democrat or a Republican and you're not reaching out to people that listen to either Joe Rogan or a sports podcast, whether it's local sports radio or national or on demand, you're missing out on an entire group of people that could swing an election in your favor. I think it's fascinating. I think you're seeing a changing of the landscape. Stephen A. Smith just got a new 5-year, $100 million deal. And in that deal for ESPN, he is allowed to talk about politics. So if we bring up a sports story here or a politician brings up sports or a sports guy brings up politics, don't be offended. Don't say it's not my lane. It's not 1997 anymore, folks. It's not. You better go beyond your base because your base isn't enough to win unless you're in like a super, super red area or a super, super progressive area. If you're in coin flips in battleground states and swing counties and bellwethers, you better not leave a stone unturned.
I think that, listen to what you're saying, though. Why are they just going to young males? Is it because they feel they've already lost females, right? And so that to me personally, what I don't get as a woman is how is this happening that all the young women have gone to the Democrats and progressives, and that basically the fight now is over different groups, minority groups, the Hispanic community, the black community, but in particular men and young males, but men in general.
Well, they're in cleanup. They're in damage control mode, right? You can't run for office for how long did Kamala and Tim run? It was 107 days. You can't badmouth straight white cis men who like beer, football, and gambling, and then expect to win. Now I think it's damage control mode where they're trying to get those people back. That's a major base of this country.
Yeah, but I'm just commenting on it that I hope that they go after that, even this administration, that they go after young women who are getting played. And I would absolutely talk about Plan B because that's what they're all doing, and talk about the fact that and Trump has talked about this in general with medications. Why do we in this country pay more for birth control overall, including Plan B, which is not anything to do with abortion. This is just birth control. But I think he should reveal that. That would be a great reveal, in my humble opinion. Let female candidates across the country do it. The only thing I will say as far as the Democrats go, and going back with something Charlemagne had said with the football analogy, if I'm a Democrat right now, I would look to somebody who's in the current Trump administration, maybe a moderate Republican, maybe somebody like a Tulsi Gabbard, and I would try to get that person. I would try to find somebody who gets disgruntled during this administration. I would watch them very carefully. I would try to wine and dine and befriend them and just wait until maybe something happens where they feel that it didn't go the way they wanted. That would be, if I were a top Democrat, that's how I would think. And I would look to the other side, look for that moderate, and I would try to recruit that person.
I actually think right now, with just how disjointed the party is, how stale it is, because you have young left-wing progressive insane people, and then you have the other generation of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. I think the Democrats are at an inflection point where they need to find their own Donald Trump. They need to find somebody outside of the box, somebody perhaps outside of politics. I read a story on Thursday night about Joe Rogan was laughing about how the Democrats want to find their own Joe Rogan as far as like podcast and media presence and things like that. And I'm thinking, first of all, you had Joe Rogan. You just went off the reservation and went completely insane. And Joe Rogan aligned himself with the other side because it was more common sense. And they were talking about how they should have their own podcasts and have their own Joe Rogan voice. And Rogan said basically, why? You would just cancel that person because you don't like dissenting viewpoints. As soon as you hear something that you don't agree with, you would want to cancel that podcast host. I don't think it's Stephen A. Smith because I don't think he's going to go into politics and walk away from a $100 million contract. But I think Democrats have to find their Donald Trump, if you will, somebody that's in media, entertainment, business, Hollywood, somebody with the ambition and desire to get into politics. I think if they trot out another run-of-the-mill moderate, even if it is a moderate, they're going to lose. They're not connecting with Americans. Trump has the ability to cut through for whatever he says, no matter how he does it, and people gravitate towards that. There's no gravitation to anybody in the Democrat Party right now. For every one that gravitates towards AOC, there are 5 that thinks she's cuckoo. For every one that likes Fetterman, there are probably 3 that says, I don't know, he's got MAGA talking points all of a sudden. I don't like him. Who is that no doubt about it unicorn that could pop out of nowhere for the Democrats?
Well, that's what
I don't see it.
That's what I'm saying. I think you keep saying guys and men, and you're looking at Fetterman, and you're looking at the old school. If I think about because think about what you just said, the Democrats feel that they have the advantage with females, and we've never had a female president before. That's what I'm saying. If I'm just a strategist, I'm looking to a very powerful. I would look at somebody like a Tulsi.
So you would run a female again?
Well,
after losing with Hillary and Kamala?
Not necessarily because she's a female, but if I could recruit I would go for the female vote and double down on that, because I would say that if you can motivate that ground source, absolutely. But I would look to steal. Somebody from the Democrats, somebody who's an insider who, yes, was a Democrat. Then she goes to the Republicans. She's in the cabinet. And now she becomes disenfranchised. She's not happy with certain things. I'm just saying strategy-wise, that would be a brilliant – who do they have? A brilliant move. Mm-hmm. Other than Bashir, who I've talked about. But I just think they need something to shake things up.
Yeah, I know people have mentioned that. That was Farish's guy. You could walk out Andy Bashir from Kentucky right now. I think you could drop him into Lexington in a Starbucks and nobody would recognize him.
It doesn't matter now, though. That was Bill Clinton back in the day. Bill Clinton was a nobody governor. Nobody had heard of him, but he resonated. And Bashir is that moderate. He's a Southerner. That matters. And he's a moderate Democrat. So I would, obviously it's early,
Mm-hmm.
We're saying all these names,
Yep.
but I'm just saying, talking strategy, that
Mm-hmm.
to go toward the old form of what they were looking at, and these crazy ladies singing whatever crazy songs they're singing.
Oh my God,
it's
was
not
that
a good
cringe.
look. Yeah.
Oh,
it's like
the sing-along stuff has got to stop. I mean, there's got to
oh my goodness.
like Obama needs to come out and send out the memo saying, "Stop singing, please. You're killing the party." So. If you guys have thoughts and you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, so Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Harry Mays with the cut sheet. He's going to join us in just about an hour. But there was a story on Friday about Donald Trump Jr., according to sources, with 2028 aspirations. And then we will give you Trump Jr.'s response to those, what he is claiming are reckless, false statements. Back after this with Hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Can't wait for this week. My guys from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditionings are coming out to my house and looking at a few different options for me as far as keeping your home warm, efficient, safe for every single season. As we make the transition now to spring and warmer weather, you want to make sure you have my guys come out. I highly recommend Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. third generation owned and military veteran founded company. They're local and great guys. Take my advice, call Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked out and ready, as well as your HVAC system as we transition into springtime. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price, and they're going to install, hopefully, a high efficiency Trane furnace. I know recently this happened for some of you, and you are very happy because it's hard to stop a Trane, Trane. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, Marvin E. Cans. You can trust them. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Hey, it's Rich. It's the Oli. We have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see.
It's Kayal and Company. 7:01 as we kick off hour number 2 here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to jump in. It's going to be a great week of guests. We got our buddy Harry Mays joining us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Tomorrow, we will have not only Sean Farish as Donald Trump, yes, on a Tuesday, but we're doing that because we will have the great Elon Musk impersonator, Alex, who, if you recall, we played you some of his work over the last 2 weeks on this show. So we will have kind of a, I don't want to call it an interview, but it will be more of like a conversation, a round table.
Yes.
With Trump and Elon Musk tomorrow on the show.
Will you be playing the part of Hannity?
Yes, except I will actually just give a very brief question and get the hell out of the way, and I will not, make it about me.
Yeah.
Like Sean Hannity likes to do. And then, of course, Bruno on Wednesday. We're going to have Sean Ferris, I believe, on Thursday for his normal spot, up a day earlier. And then I believe a comedian lined up possibly for Friday.
I believe Paul Mercurio will be on the program on a Friday.
How about that?
So, yeah.
There we go. Some good stuff. I'm looking forward to that. All right, we're going to get to two stories after the news. I want to get to this Donald Trump Jr. story, which I thought was fascinating, because I do think we will eventually have that conversation on a more serious level as you move forward here in the next couple of years. But I thought his comments were interesting in response, and it all stems from the way Trump responded to Brett Baer when asked about J.D. Vance's future as a possible presidential candidate. So we'll get to that. And then also violence in high school athletics and also recreational sports. Wait till you hear this story emanating from South Jersey over a flag football tournament. We'll get to that coming up shortly, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03, the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Monday morning, March the 10th, 40 degrees, but we will be heating up well into the 60s today. We are sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. So I'll call this one the alleged creep of the week locally. Family counselor who works in Bucks and Berks counties arrested after officials in Bucks, this is DA Jen Shorn's office, say they found evidence that this guy installed a spy camera to secretly record patients, some of them apparently young women. I don't know if they're underage, but we know some of them young women patients or young females, and then staffers who were in the bathroom, particularly on the toilet at his Quakertown office. They continue to investigate were there other victims at his other offices. So this guy is identified as 54-year-old Jonathan Elliott, charged with 9 criminal counts related to the surreptitious recordings. This is according to the Bucks County DA's office. He worked as the program director at, quote, Empower Life Coaching and Counseling. And so people are going there for life coaching, for also counseling, and it offers counseling services to individuals, families, and children between its 2 offices in Bally and Quakertown.
So these are people already that have shown and expressed a vulnerability to you, the professional, and you try to, in a perverted way.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
We have to say alleged.
Yeah.
Because everybody's innocent until proven possibly otherwise, right?
Absolutely.
We're all saying that. But yeah, you're right, Nick. I mean, so, and keep in mind that a lot of these counselors, professional counselors, just for example, under the school system, let's say your kid goes to the school counselor and they're having any kinds of issues going on, self-harm issues, psychological issues, immediately the protocol is that they are required to go to, they look up their list of local counselors, somebody who works with kids, and so that's part of it. And so were there schools recommending this guy, which to no fault of their own, he's not on any, it just shows you, the vulnerability, like you said, the word vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great word, whether they're adults or whether they're children. There's a lot of concern from the Bucks County District Attorney, Jennifer Shorn. Remember, she has that specialty unit. They're very good at this. And so thank God they found this out. They had a tip call. They went in, they did the search warrants, and they continue to do diligence. So we'll find out more as this thing unravels.
You said this was Quakertown, correct?
Yes, but he has multiple offices across the region, Nick.
Okay.
So that's a piece of this. The question, it's Bucks and Berks counties.
Mm-hmm.
So, we want to watch this very carefully. Also, we've been talking this morning as we have 5 people hospitalized as officials locally and obviously at the federal level investigating what went wrong with that small plane going down right near a retirement village. This is Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, making national news. The 5 passengers on board rushed to the local hospitals. Nobody on the ground was hurt. An unbelievable fiery scene. According to the FAA, they're still investigating what went wrong. NTSB also there monitoring and investigating, but thick black smoke and these huge amount of flames filling the air after this Beechcraft Bonanza smaller plane took off from Lancaster Airport. And we know that the pilot had radioed something was wrong. I don't know if the door blew off or the door wouldn't shut. Whatever was going on there with that small aircraft, he had to essentially he was heading back to the airport shortly after takeoff, but couldn't even make it back to the runway. So it was not an issue with air traffic control, according to the authorities. That was not the issue. They cleared a landing for him if he could make it back to the runway. Almost made it back, maybe by a minute or so short, but crash landed, saw this opportunity in a parking lot of a nursing home, basically, and was able to land there as opposed to any kind of a housing situation.
Just to add something different for round two, because I know we had this in the first round of the news. And Stocker, I know you mentioned the one that happened a few weeks ago, or I guess it's now over a month ago in Philadelphia, and you thought there might have been nefarious activity. Is it possible? Because, I mean, you know, if we're ruling out FAA, if it's not commercial, we're not talking DEI. Are we at the point now where there's just a lot of people that might not be paying fully attention, just like in a car accident where you didn't do everything you were supposed to stay alert and aware?
I think there's two separate things happening with those small Cessnas. I think a lot of people fly those that really shouldn't be flying them, and that's why you have those kind of issues. With the thing that happened here in Philly in the Northeast, that was a chartered flight by experienced pilots. So
which one? The one
locally
that was deadly?
Philly. Yeah. So I think that there's many different things at play here. I do think that a lot of the Cessna aircrafts that go up and come down, I just think is just inexperience by the pilots.
That's what I'm wondering.
You can have
this one was the door that blew off. I would argue that this pilot looks like, or blew off, or wouldn't close.
Yeah.
I would argue that this pilot, I mean, he found a parking lot and somehow got, avoided any housing, or it was right by a nursing home. He could have crashed into an apartment building. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I think, I agree with you in some of these things that maybe it's a pilot situation. In this one, obviously we'll find out.
Yeah.
But in this one, it looks to me like this pilot, immediately when he realized it, he radios back. He then realizes he can't make it.
Yeah.
He's only like a minute away from he turned it around. I don't know. We'll find out. But to me, I just think about the fact of the Northeast crash that happened here that was deadly. In that one, we found out that the black box recorder, the voice recorder, they said not only was it not working, but it wasn't working for years.
Right.
So I think it's a maintenance issue.
Yeah. Well, how does it go? How did they go years with it not working and then realize that? Like, how often do these things get,
used,
tuned up?
Well, that's just it. Like
when there are crashes.
Yeah. Like for any of the rest of us, if you're driving and your sticker is expired or you didn't get your inspection,
right.
Even in Philadelphia, if you're parked and you don't have all your inspection stuff, it's $100 ticket.
Yeah.
Right? Where's the inspection? They should have to have their inspection sticker.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
You know what I mean?
Does the black box have to be checked on an annual basis?
Apparently, they're not doing it.
Wow. Yeah.
John on the YouTube chat says, I guess having a light and alarm will be next on airplane doors if they're not fully closed. That's right. When your door's not fully beep, beep.
Yeah, that's right.
Your seatbelt's not on. Yeah.
Well put.
Yeah.
So we've got that going on. Hey, heads up for this. This is a PennDOT alert, because PennDOT giving out the heads up starting this morning that the bridge rehab project, this is Lower Merion Township on the main line. So for all you commuters, construction on the City Avenue Bridge starting this morning, $22.5 million project to fix the 114-year-old concrete arch bridge, the huge bridge there. But the crews are repairing the sidewalks, replacing the utility lines, adding stormwater management systems. So the construction is set to continue through April 7th. So get ready for all those detours.
Yeah. Speaking of construction, have you noticed the little obstruction in front of our garage to get in nowadays with that little barrier?
Yeah, they're doing
I'm sorry, Concrete Charlie, but, there's other human beings trying to get into other buildings to work. Do you have to make it that difficult for us? Couldn't you move it over a little bit? Have you noticed how difficult and a pain in the ass that is? Because you got to go too far to the left, and then you got to, and especially if you have a bigger vehicle, you don't have much room to get it back on track to go up our ramp here on the right-hand side. They never think about the radio people. A huge radio company here.
I was just going to say, boy, you're really sounding like a common man of the people as you're saying that your parking garage that you get get for free here in Philadelphia,
As I should.
is lightly obstructed. Yes, Nick Kayal, man of the people.
Yeah, well, and then all the construction vehicles and the dump trucks when we get out of here at 10 o'clock that are already blocking off the street, and you can't see oncoming traffic. And I'm like, hey, you want to back up? And then they look at me like I have 5 heads. Dude, if you were a regular vehicle, you would have gotten a ticket by now.
I wonder. I think there are people, so they're probably listening. So I hope they block you at 10 o'clock.
I can see him right now across the window. I should just open up the window and just either jump, which is always my first inclination, or yell.
So the House budget, deal is working to get her done by the deadline this week. One of the big stories that we're watching as far as the budget, Trump tariffs, how that impacts us locally. And just a heads up, as locally, Congressman and Representative Brendan Boyle, he was on, I know that he recently was on MSNBC, and he's saying, the Trump slump, talking about a partial shutdown. We're headed for a shutdown within the government. Everything's shutting down. So just a local politician going on MSNBC talking about the economy and the budget. So just to put that on your radar this morning as we look to everything happening. We are sponsored by Natural Lawn of America, from organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls. Natural Lawn, making sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn. Get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Thank you, Natural Lawn of America. How appropriate, because spring-like weather today for sure. We are in the 60s and beautiful weather all this week. Nothing below 60 that I'm seeing as I look at even the 10-day outlook. A lot of bright sunshine, but we're in the mid-60s through much of this week. What a gorgeous sunny week. I think it offsets the fact that maybe you're a little off kilter because of daylight saving time, and we lost that hour.
Is that really that much of an issue? Because I woke up yesterday. I didn't. If you would have told me I lost an hour, I wouldn't have known. I think you talk about you're
lucky.
Stalker giving me the business because of my car having to be slightly moved around, an obstruction to get into the garage. That hour really threw your whole day off yesterday?
Me, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How many hours of sleep did you get in total?
I don't know.
8, 9? Right?
Just 7, 8.
7, 8.
I guess.
I don't know. I woke up yesterday. It was 8:15. I didn't know if it was 9:15 or 7:15. I just felt like a normal day.
Really?
Yeah. And it was beautiful, by the way, yesterday. 5:30 last night, around dinner time. Looked outside. Looked like the sun was going to be up for another good 2-3 hours. What a great feeling that was.
It was beautiful. I will admit, because we had huge High School Musical stuff going on with my son. The Great Mummers Gala. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks for coming out. That was Saturday night. Got home. Then we watched the light heavyweight main event.
Oh, yeah?
And this was Alex Pereira. He, took it, right? He won it.
You watching the UFC?
Yeah, watching the UFC. Joe Rogan calling it against Magomed Ankalaev.
Which, by the way, too, Rogan's very good in that setting. Like, he actually comes to life and has a little juice. He always just sounds dead as hell on his podcast. I know it's a different setting.
How about the fact that Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate were there?
I know.
Yeah. By the way, we're gonna,
under investigation.
It's a good thing Sean Farish is not a full-time employee, or you'd have to give him a lecture.
What is happening?
He is obsessed with the Tate story.
I can't. He should be. These guys are bad dudes.
I get it.
They're bad dudes, and they're being embraced online, and it's weird.
It's because online culture is toxic.
No,
it's a tribal cesspool of what I love and everything I hate.
But it's not just online. Like he was on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. He's with Dana White. He's being embraced.
I don't understand the obsession to even chat with him. Forget embracing him, because I don't think anybody should embrace a scumbag like that. I don't understand. I mean, I guess if you're I don't know, maybe I'm way off here. I should realize that Andrew Tate creates headlines, so he's content. I guess I get it, but I personally have no interest in talking to that guy.
So you'd rather talk about the Tate brothers and the fact that Ankalaev ended Pereira's UFC reign?
I'd rather talk about that, actually, yes.
I think
the guy you talked about.
I think it's odd that Dana White is embracing him. I do. I'm a Dana White fan, but
maybe he's going to give him a contract to fight.
He's way wrong on this.
Celebrity fight?
Is he giving it? I mean, Can anybody buy a ticket?
It's not
is
that
it Dana White?
Phil, play 14. It's not buying a ticket. He went there and he embraced him and says, "Yo, bro, they were at galas together. Like it's a thing. Watch this, bro. See, like this is."
Yeah.
This is embracing. It's not just buying a ticket.
So
this is him as a guest
Let me
with
ask you
Dana
this,
White.
because again, I don't really follow the Tate story. I'm not overly interested in it. But let me ask you.
It's funny. Can I just say this? And this is not you, Nick. So don't.
Yeah.
I'm just very worked up over this.
Mm-hmm.
So sex trafficking, when it's Epstein and when it's Diddy and all this, that's the end of the world. But sex trafficking with this guy, it's like, well,
Yeah.
he's a bro. He voted for Trump, so he's cool.
Well,
F that.
I know that story about the sex trafficking, and we've talked about that with Sean. But my question is this: what did he do to garner attention before this happened? Was he a somebody before he got caught up in whatever he's? Was he guilty, or is he? Is it still alleged?
I reported it in news. Ron DeSantis is governor. It's in Florida. They're now probing these guys into this, and there's a legit investigation into this. But when did this happen?
Was this
Saturday night?
Was this weekend?
Because I don't know anything about this guy. I'm trying to get in. Somebody listen to what I'm actually asking for here, and just answer what I'm asking. Did he get convicted of something, or is he an alleged pedophile, sexual trafficker?
Yes.
Because I know we use the word alleged on here, like we're all going to go to jail if we don't.
Well, there's an ongoing trial. So I've reported this, Nicholas. If you listen to me,
right?
I've reported it in
So
news.
it's
There's an ongoing
Okay.
trial in another country.
Yes.
But in this country, in Florida now,
Got it.
there is a probe.
Oh, okay.
So two separate things.
So then, second question: does anybody know what Andrew Tate was? Was he a famous person? Was he a podcaster, an athlete?
He was,
or is he just a random schmuck that got?
He was like social media famous.
Okay, so he's one of these internet sensations.
100%.
Okay, so he's a Kardashian. Okay,
and it's funny, you talk about water cooler talk. You mentioned that with sports radio and all that stuff. Like this is not even water cooler talk. The only people who know this guy exists or knows this story at all are people who live their lives online.
So Farish and others are fighting the fight against embracing this guy into the MAGA community, but most, from what I'm gathering from you, Stocker, is most people that are pro-Trump don't have an issue with this guy. That's the vibe? That's the narrative?
I think online, the like Twitter online is split with this guy. Some are just completely appalled. Like if you look at like Dana Lesh, her brother, like Sean, there was a bunch of people. What's that guy's name? Ian Chung or whatever it is.
Yeah, all these guys.
They were all like, I can't believe Dana White embraced these guys coming to UFC.
Yeah.
Because they're bad. I mean, he was on a podcast the other day where he was, talking about wiping his cell phone clean and stuff because, like, they're bad guys, and the fact that they're being embraced is sickening.
Yeah, and this guy thinks he's untouchable is the vibe I get. Like, I can do anything I want and pull off anything. Yeah.
It was just...
Oh, he's ex-MMA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
Okay, that's what I was wondering because I'm genuine. I'm not trying to play a devil's advocate here. Like I don't know really anything about Andrew Tate, and even what I've learned about him doesn't move the needle for me to talk about. But I mean, I know some people. That's the thing I always try to focus on too. Is this something that just lives on social media, or if I bring it up on the radio, does the audience really?
He was on Big Brother originally, and that he was a Big Brother, but this is mostly in the UK.
Okay,
was the kickboxer.
Well, then if he does have the MMA background, then I understand. You might not like it. I might not like it. If I'm Dana White, not sure that I probably. But then again, you think about what Dana White permits in the UFC under the mantra of free speech. I mean, he's got that other nut job that's always talking and ridiculing the LGBTQ community, not questioning their life, but legitimately saying words we can't say because of the FCC on radio.
That's
was it Strickland?
Yeah, that's different though.
Okay,
saying something. Like if Andrew Tate just had a bunch of unpopular opinions and said, horrible things, I would no harm, no foul.
Mm-hmm.
But like the stuff, and by the way, the video, like you have to see some of these videos of him like beating the crap out of young women.
Yeah,
like he's a scumbag.
Yeah,
scumbag.
Okay, here is the Tate brothers' lawyer Joseph McBride releasing a statement ripping into the Florida Attorney General. Says that James Uthmeyer threw ethics law out the window when he publicly took a side in an ongoing Florida lawsuit where Andrew and Tristan Tate are suing a Florida woman for orchestrating what they call a sophisticated plot to use sex as a weapon to ruin their lives. So they were first arrested in Romania. So there's a separate trial going on. And I've reported all this in news, by the way. This all started in 2022. And so there's a separate trial about human trafficking, rape, all of that in the UK. But now this is a newer Florida thing. They deny everything. So I will just say for those in the whoever's in the social media or Dana White or whatever, these individuals are involved in a civil lawsuit in Florida. They are convicted of nothing. There's no conviction. So Greg is saying, watch out who you associate with and look at the videos. Technically, they're convicted of nothing. I just have to say this as your local, I'm just like your attorney here, just protecting everything.
Thank you.
They're not convicted of anything.
All right, so to recap, we've got social media influencer / marginal MMA talent, certified, verified scumbag on video, whipping women, but yet in a court, it's still murky and undecided.
Yeah.
No conviction. And innocent until proven otherwise.
And because the laws in Romania are very different than they are here. So that plays into it, too.
Yeah. And it's important to know they were born, these brothers were born in this country, right? And
I do remember
mom and
saying
dad
this.
divorced.
Chicago, right?
Yes, and mom and dad divorced, D.C., Chicago. Mom and dad divorced. Mom's from the UK. They go back to the UK, dual citizenship. They're not from Romania. So what Greg Stocker's bringing up is, why are they doing so much in Romania? If so these are not like foreign guys. They're American born.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you have it. Look, if they're Trump supporters, God bless them, you support whoever you want. I would, here's the thing too with Dana White. Dana White's another guy with FU money, so he obviously doesn't care. We've heard countless sound bites of Dana White. He couldn't care less about what you think of, what he says, what he embraces, who he campaigns with, who he employs and gives free speech privileges to with his company. I'm just a little surprised that this is taken off the way it has. But then again, it's the social media things. I don't know how many people in our audience probably care about Andrew Tate or know him, but it is interesting that you pick and choose your battles.
But
right?
everybody was so obsessed with the Epstein thing.
Yeah.
Like, this is different. This is different somehow.
Does he have?
Come on.
Well, here's the question. I think the obsession.
Can't pick or choose, guys.
Yeah, the obsession with Epstein is that black list, that black book that he has allegedly. We want to know the names. I don't know that Tate has a list out there of
sex trafficking. Guys.
Oh yes, of
I'm
course.
saying.
Right, but Andrew Tate's never been linked to an island where Hollywood elitists, politicians, and the 1% globalists fly to vacation on his piece of property. That's where the interest with Epstein comes from, because we want to snuff out all these disgusting human beings in all of our institutions. I think that's where the curiosity is with Epstein.
I would just say with all of this, to Greg's point, that as the investigation continues, watch for that support to dry up. I mean, if this now again, they're claiming they have an attorney. These guys have a lot of money.
Sure,
they're pushing back. They're saying this is like a Me Too wrongful thing. They didn't do anything. I don't know what they're claiming about those horrifying videos online.
I don't know how you get around that.
Are they alleging that that's like phony? That was acting? Like, I don't really know what is the explanation.
Everything's phony these days.
I agree with you, Greg. I do agree with Greg.
Just listen to what Ron DeSantis has said. Listen to what Byron Donalds has said.
Yes.
Like it's and the support in the Trump administration is all Rick Grinnell, and I have no idea what Rick Grinnell is thinking. This is ridiculous for the Trump administration to have anything to do with these guys, anything at all. Guilty or not, just the stench of them.
Right.
Like Rick Grinnell needs to have his head examined.
Yeah, that's a fair point, especially when you've got 78 million that support you. You don't really need to associate yourself with Andrew Tate. I'd send him and Laura Loomer to Epstein Island. Tell them to go away. All right, 855-839-1210. I want to get to this Trump Jr. story. I found this to be fascinating. If it wasn't for the Gavin Newsom pivot over the weekend, I might have ran with this as a big take. We'll get to this on the other side. Donald Trump Jr. in 2028. Very interesting story. 3 sources, and then a rebuttal from Trump Jr. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America. When choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results that is also safer for you, your family, and your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of loved ones. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get a free seeding every year. Call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for nearly a decade now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice maybe some wear and tear or molding, buckling, or peeling that indicates your home is being exposed to the elements, many people don't realize siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as a protective barrier against any kind of harsh weather for all seasons. So whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding carries only the best brands, including, of course, my fave, James Hardie, as well as Certainty Local. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding always goes the extra mile to work with you on the different styles and options that best fits your home, and they complete every project with such care and precision. So experience the Chapman difference today. Just call. You can text. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at spectrumwp.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man.
7:35. Happy Monday to all of you. Hopefully you had a great weekend as we get another work week started. Kayal and Company. Cut Sheet with Harry Mays coming up in about 10 minutes. I want to get to this story that I saw Friday. I find this to be fascinating on many levels. Mediaite put out a story that said the following with the headline, Donald Trump Jr. considering 2028 run for president, according to sources. They write the following. When President Donald Trump sat down for an interview with Fox News last month, anchor Brett Baer asked what would have been a softball question. Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor and the Republican nominee in 2028? And if you recall, Trump's, and we talked about this, we played this clip on the show. Trump said no, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that's it, you know. I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just getting started. Okay, no problem with that. And now, according to Mediaite, 3, as they say, high-level sources told Mediaite that Donald Trump Jr., the eldest son of Trump,
is strongly and seriously considering a run for president in 2028. Quote, Don has been the most politically involved of all the Trump kids and has always kept the lanes open for a presidential run. One White House insider and close friend of the Trump family said, quote, he is a valued voice of his father and a real possibility to be a contender in 2028. Now, Mediaite goes on to write that Trump Jr. has his own loyal following, a successful show on Rumble, and a strong presence on social media with more than 14.6 million followers on X, serves as a key advisor to his father. He was credited with advocating for Trump to choose Vance as his running mate and hit the campaign trail aggressively in the run-up to 2024. Quote, Don Jr. has long been a key voice in influencing cabinet picks, policy, and potential endorsements, the other insider said. Quote, he has also consistently been the most active on the campaign trail for the president, as well as endorsing the candidates. Now, Trump Jr. comes out on Friday after this story, and you will, Phil, if you want to throw it up on YouTube, I'll try to clean up some of the language, but Trump Jr. denies considering this run and this report from Mediaite, saying, I accurately predicted that my buddy JD would be an instant power player in national GOP politics. So your theory is that I worked my ass off to help him get the VP nomination because I want to run for president in 2028? Are you effing R-word? I'm actually glad you're printing this BS, though, because at least now the rest of the press corps will see how essy your sources are and how easily you're played by them. Congrats, moron. All right, so he's, using some of the language that we can't use on the radio. But, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Trump, I've never heard Trump use the R word, but Donald Trump Jr. comes out and says that. Now, a couple of things on this. And I was thinking about this last night, and I wrote a bunch of things down. Is he his father? Let's just start right at the top. Is he his father? The answer is no. Is he capable? Could he serve? Could he do the job adequately? I think the answer is yes. I don't think you need to be some rocket scientist to be the president of the United States. Does he want it? I don't know that answer. Does MAGA want it? Possibly to probably, I would say. Does the GOP want it? I would say possibly, but probably less inclined. Now, I'm not interested, and this is just my personal view, I'm not interested in family legacies and family dynasties. I was tired of the Bushes. I got tired of the Clintons. I got tired of the Obamas. I'm sick of the Bidens. The people. I am sick of senators and Congress and people that have been in office since 1991. I love term limits. I have a short shelf life. People wear out with me. My expiration is a lot shorter on people than most people. But here's the question that you have to ask yourself. Can he win people over with charm? Does he have that trait like his dad does? I don't know. I've only ever met him one time. More on that in a minute. Does he have the X factor, the it factor to him? Perhaps. I mean, he's got a following. But the two questions, those are really the two questions I would have. Now, right off the top, I would have JD. If we're talking about earlier in the show, Democrats with their pivot, what does 2028 look? Is Gavin Newsom the front runner just because now all of a sudden he says men shouldn't be in women's sports? I would have JD Vance at the top of my list in 2028. Ron DeSantis certainly on the short list. Trump Jr. probably way towards the bottom. And again, I only met him once. It was at Pinton Politics. He was very open and nice and gracious, doing the autograph signing with the book. Behind closed doors, I didn't have any conversation with him. He was kind of on his phone by himself before he went out on the stage. Take that for what it's worth. Not an indictment against him. I mean, maybe he was just focusing on whatever he was focusing on for his speech and the presentation he was doing in front of all of our listeners. I have no idea. But to say that he's not capable, I think, is wrong. But I'm not sure that I want it. And I don't really know if the rest of Trump supporters would want it. Do you want this family legacy? It is the party of Trump. Make no mistake about it. But does he really want to get involved? I mean, remember this. His father got shot. And based on this quote here, he's clearly a guy that's got balls just like his old man. He'll say what is ever on his mind, and he don't give a damn. And I like that. But after the last 9 years with what his dad went through, do you really think he would want to go through that? And ultimately, do we buy the story here? 3 high-level sources? I don't know who these people are. This could be totally made up. Trump Jr. obviously shooting it down, saying, Dude, I busted my ass to make J.D. Vance the heir apparent. You think I'm going to step over him 3 years from now? Not going to happen. Dawn, your thoughts on this? Did you get an email? Are you one of the sources? Are you the insider in the family here? What do you think of this?
No, I mean, I think, and like you said, when we met Don Jr., what struck me about him was he was backstage and then, he kind of engaged in a conversation with us backstage about what was going on locally. But, I would say look at his life and the fact that does he have a great life? Yes, of course, businessman and children. Two things that strike me about him. When he was in line locally, and that was the great, there was a Dom Giordano Talk Radio 1210 WPHT event. So he's backstage. It's his entire day. And then he meets all of us, but he signed all those books, met everybody, was gracious. The difference I would say with Trump is that you have to engage at that level as a politician to get the votes out. You have to have a certain personality set. This is just my opinion, but in just watching different people. And so you have to have that tolerance level where you can stand and go to this event, then you fly to another event, then you get no sleep and you fly over here, and every event, it's as if this is a fresh day and you are shaking hands with someone and into them and asking those questions. And nobody's better at this than Donald J. than our president right now. He's so good at it.
I was just going to say that. Does he have the patience to go through that?
I mean, it takes a lot. How many people actually have that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So with Don Jr., what I see with him is a loyal son who has watched his dad go through all of this crud. It is ridiculous. I do believe the story that Don Jr. saw in J.D. Vance, something that a lot of people, did not see in J.D. Vance. And what I've seen in J.D. Vance is incredible. The way that he can handle the media, first and foremost, is better than, I'm going to say, anybody I've seen in my career.
It's a great
and that's
point.
saying a lot.
Yes. And
right?
If you think about it, and I give credit to Trump Jr. for saying, no, JD needs to be the guy. I did not see that in JD Vance initially.
Nobody did.
I've admittedly said, dude, this guy's impressive. He's even-keeled. He's mild-mannered. He's eloquent. He takes fastballs without letting his emotions get the best of him. But to that point, and maybe this is, and obviously 3 years from now, who knows? I don't see that in Trump Jr. I see a lot of Trump 2015 in Trump Jr., whereas if you think that the media went after Trump, and now imagine what they would do if Donald Trump Jr. comes in acting like acting like Dana White with the, I'll say whatever the hell's on my mind and you're going to just have to deal with it. That's the way I think Trump Jr. probably would operate to the mainstream media and the Democrats in the political spectrum. And I don't know that's going to work. Because, I think one of the reasons, many reasons why Trump's numbers are up and he's more popular than ever is he's kind of mellowed out a little bit. It's not every day he's out there just blasting the fake news media and things like that. He's been a more laid back CEO type style.
Well, because he can, because he's the
he's got a handpicked
champion.
Well, but now he also knows the lay of the land better and has his handpicked people, the people that he wants that he feels like he can trust. So he can be more hands off, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know about this story.
The other thing I'm going to say real quick about Don Jr. that was a side to him I've never seen before. All the Trumps, and we've heard all the stories that President Trump is somebody who says, don't cry on television. He doesn't eat on TV, even though he loves food, and don't cry, don't have a breakdown or cry or show too much emotion publicly. With Don Jr., the one moment, and I loved him for this moment, when it was the Republican National Convention, and his daughter Kai, who really is a show stealer, right?
Yeah, good
and
golfer.
she came out there as a 17-year-old kid. That's not easy. And she came out there and wow, she just nailed it. Gave an incredible speech that any adult, any grown-up would be proud of. And she's a teenage kid. This is her national debut on a huge national stage. She was natural. She was what a wonderful public speaker. And when he came back, he was fighting back the tears. He was that proud dad. He was all verklempt and filled up. And I loved him for that moment. But that shows you a side of him, that he was that proud dad. Was he worried about her? She insisted on doing it? Absolutely. That also shows me something. And so I think that, he is this guy who loves his kids. He's lived this public life. By the way, went through the public, painful divorce of his parents back in the day. And then 1 year almost to the day, the year before the assassination attempt on his dad, his mom, who was healthy and very young for her age, if you will, has a horrible fall and tragically dies. I don't see Don Jr. running, but I think he plays a very important role.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on that conversation as we welcome in Harry Mays on a Monday morning. Hello, Harry.
What's going on? How's everybody doing?
Everything is good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Big weekend.
Yes, it was. By the way,
Yeah.
your thoughts quickly on Trump Jr. for 2028? You buying that story?
Well, it's not that I'm not buying the story. I have no interest in him being the candidate.
So he would not be at the top of your list if we're putting a Republican primary pecking order for 4 years from now.
No.
Okay.
And neither would DeSantis.
Wow.
I think DeSantis was exposed.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
I really do. He did not wow me in the least. Now, he's a great governor.
Yeah.
But I not.
So you'd be all
I'm
in
JD.
on Vance? You're JD?
I'm on JD. Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
And how about the Democrats normalizing Fetterman? I mean, that's really what's happened here.
Well, that too, and then also you've got guys like Gavin Newsom that are making this pivot now, saying, "Yeah, men and women's sports, it is unfair. It's ridiculous, actually. The more I think about it."
Right. He's just started to think about it. He's a slime ball.
Yes, indeed. I can tell Harry's got his fastball ready. So let's get down to it. 7:49.
What's on the cut sheet?
Let's stick right there with J.D. Vance, shall we? Vice President J.D. Vance clashed with protesters on the streets of Cincinnati in a heated debate about Ukraine over the weekend. So he was going somewhere with his kid, and there was a bunch of protesters that kind of, I guess, surrounded him. I'm not sure. And they were yelling at him over Ukraine. We have just a little bit of it. It's a little hard to hear, but get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see all the videos that go with these audio clips that we're playing. Roll this film.
No one has articulated the strategies. No respect. I respect it. I disagree. I think what we're doing is we're actually forcing a diplomatic settlement. That if you talk to Joe Biden,
Can I ask a question? Pause it for a second. One question.
Yeah.
How does the Secret Service allow these people to get so close to him, especially when he's with his 3-year-old daughter?
That's a great question.
That's
In
a great
public,
question.
Out on
Yeah.
a street, looks like he's in front of a little restaurant or something. And of course, from what I've just gathered, now I'm seeing this for the first time. So in 19 seconds, he has been very soft-spoken. And of course, it's a 64-year-old with gray hair and a raging female that seems to be yelling.
All repeating the same thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This was near his home in the Walnut Hill neighborhood in Philadelphia. And so he's...
Philadelphia?
Or did I say Philadelphia?
Cincinnati.
Yes.
I'm
Cincinnati.
sorry. I'm so Philadelphia-based. It was near Cincinnati. This happened in Ohio near his home. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
he's
so
in
Philadelphia
Ohio.
brained. Sorry about that.
So he's in Ohio for the weekend, I'm assuming.
So he lives in the Walnut Hills neighborhood of Ohio outside Cincinnati.
Okay.
He was out for a walk with his 3-year-old daughter. Secret Service was there, and these protesters...
But I get Secret Service was there. How are they allowing them to get so close to him?
How do they know somebody doesn't have a gun?
Unless he just walked up in the middle of it, which is his right to do, and I would actually give him more credit if he did that. Maybe not with your 3-year-old, but
No, he made a comment that if you're chasing a 3-year-old as part of your political protest, you're an S person.
So he tweeted out, "Today while walking my 3-year-old daughter, a group of Slava Ukraini Ukrainian protesters followed us around and shouted as my daughter grew increasingly anxious and scared. I decided to speak with the protesters in the hopes that I could trade a few minutes of conversation for them leaving my toddler alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, toddler off limits. But these people are just raging lunatics.
So they
had no bottom, these people.
So they were following him around.
Yeah.
And he decided to try and diffuse the situation to speak with them.
Okay.
So I will say this. So he tried to have the conversation.
Yep.
They were being jerks, and they had their agenda, and now you know.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will get close to him again.
Hopefully.
That's what I mean. If I'm right, now he's going to say, all right, I tried. We're done.
Yeah.
Secret Service, they don't get close.
But you know what?
So,
Vance is a lot like he's a lot like Vivek. Remember in the campaign leading up to the election in the fall, when Vivek was part of the Trump administration, in theory, leading up to his Doge debut that lasted all of 9 seconds. You remember how many times he would be yelled at a rally, and then instead of shouting them down, he would allow them to voice their point, and then he'd hit them with the counterpoint. And it was just very conversational.
Can I just?
He's great.
Can I just tell you something? Look back at the video. The guy behind him and the guy in front of him wearing the vest who's talking. And his fingers are like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like these protesters, you need to understand they are dead. They make the wrong move, and that's you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So he's completely surrounded. There are at least four people surrounding him. That but you can see they're poised like a cobra. But if I'm Secret Service, I'm going to say, sir, all right, you tried. I know you're new at this. I think this is the last time, to your point about this, that we'll
Anybody
ever
gets this close.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I
hope so.
I have a major, and I don't know all the facts in this, so I'm just speaking as I'm hearing this right now. I have a major issue with the Secret Service protection with all of this.
Yes.
Because he doesn't just, when you're the vice president of the United States and you're in a local town, that you're local to, you don't just say, hey, you know what, me and my 3-year-old are going to go pop into to Charlie's Delicatessen and get a salami sandwich.
Right.
That doesn't happen. You need to plan it out. There needs to be routes taken. Secret Service does like a sweep before you even get there.
All the windows have been evaluated on the fourth floor across the street, and there's no sniper.
It's all very calculated, especially with this administration. So
Yes.
you're telling me that these protesters just spontaneously gathered, or were they already there?
They were tipped off?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
Thank you, Harry.
But no, not tipped off. It's not like a big secret.
Yeah.
They have to, first of all, there are road closures in that area. It's much like when Trump's in Mar-a-Lago or Trump's in Bedminster. So when roads are closed off, where his home is and what section he lives in, right?
Yeah.
And so all that stuff. So when they start closing the roads and you figure, all right, he's coming home, and so they're walking around the neighborhood, there were still roads shut down. I just think this is a little, to me personally, this is a little bit of a learning curve for the vice president.
Yeah, that's fair.
This administration wants to be transparent. Trump, my God, is constantly in front of the media. He invites everybody in the Oval. I think for J.D. Vance, they want to show that they're like normal, and they went home to Ohio, to the Walnut Hills neighborhood. But I think at this point they're realizing, nah, you're also putting Secret Service in danger, because you see all these Secret Service agents.
Yeah.
And to be fair, we criticize Biden all the time when he was constantly remember that?
And twofold. Trump's transparent just naturally. We saw that the first time. But it's also probably even a more concerted effort to be even more transparent, because the prior administration was the least transparent administration perhaps in the history of modern-day American politics.
Let's play a little bit more of this.
Yes.
Russia can be diplomatic.
Very rules about the United States.
Have you explained to us, the ally?
And this is about a separate country, and I don't think our investment in that country can go on indefinitely. I understand the disagree.
Look at that mental patient with the Statue of Liberty hat
Russia
on.
won't settle.
Exactly.
And the lady with purple hair underneath the gray hair.
Just.
But there needs to be a...
These women couldn't find Ukraine on a map.
I know.
Give me a break.
I will ask this question. How many Secret Service agents did J.D. Vance have? That's what I would like to know.
I see at least 4. So there's Fox 9 to the local station there, the Fox station had a bit of a better angle. And I love the Secret Service guy. I mean, his fingers, you know what I mean? Like he's just like, make my day. Like he's got the vest. He's talking. He's like, all right, watch the guy, watch the old lady and the guy and you can see them all. So they're there. They're protecting the vice president. But these, and I guess maybe they had vetted the people. There's a TV station. There's a TV camera there.
Yep. So just to that point, Dawn, one of the protesters, Ann Henry, she's probably one of those blue-haired women. There.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
She supplied the video, thank you, to WCPO and disputed Vance's account of the incident, telling WCPO that she and several other demonstrators spontaneously passed Vance en route to a nearby street where the larger protest was being held. No one was chasing him, she said.
Did JD threaten her? Did they feel threatened by the Secret Service? Were they under attack?
Too much masculinity.
It's too much. It's too toxic.
Yes.
I can't take it.
I mean, she, this lady, from her perspective, maybe she wasn't part of it, but the truth of the matter is, you can see the people crowding and surrounding him and shouting at him. The video
again. Where's Secret Service?
They're around him, Greg.
We'll start capping people.
No, I mean and Secret Service gets closer and closer to him. It looks like JD Vance. Does he have a stroller? Is that a stroller? So
I'm not sure.
So that's
the
a
video
stroller.
wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So that I can see. These people were not just, we're just happen. Do they live there, really? Because if I were a reporter and they're saying that, I was like, well, where do you live?
Yeah,
you can look up where you live, because these people, they know that he's in the vicinity. They know the vice president is there, and they're being S-heads is what they're being. They're going after a guy with his little kid, and so this won't happen again. I'm just saying, because this is, first of all, let's just put it this way, too, when it happens over the weekend, and we heard this from the Biden people on the down low, that, this stinks for Secret Service when you have to go home. They have to provide full security. Now you're going to go for a walk. So what does that mean? The Secret Service guys who already work all the overtime, now they got to go to your home. They don't get to go to be with their families.
Yeah, stay inside like Greg Soccer.
Yeah. But hey, remember
I like that
Trump...
little Liberty headdress, though. Where can you get one of those?
Yeah. Remember, though,
Kayal,
Trump
you
said...
should wear one of those on the show.
No,
He
I
should.
shouldn't.
No.
No, I shouldn't.
He should.
Trump said no tax on overtime. Remember that. So these Secret Service agents were like, I'll work a double.
The big discussion over the weekend with the Sunday shows, Trump did a sit-down interview with Maria Bartiromo, and Howard Lutnick was on Meet the Press. Was a lot of forecasters are like, there's a 40% chance they're saying of a recession coming.
Isn't it funny that they're saying the R word, Greg? Isn't it funny that we never heard the R word in the last administration? Isn't that funny?
I thought
they're all saying
it was great. Everything I told me, the stock market, Kayal, look at the stock market.
Well, I mean, there's two different thoughts here. Is that Trump does not say that there won't be a recession. Howard Lutnick comes out and says there won't be a recession. But Maria Bartiromo asked him about it. Roll it.
And I want to ask you about Ukraine and the blow up the other day with Zelensky. Let me stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but
for a
are
while.
you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great. It's going to be great ultimately for the farmer. Don't forget, there you
go.
So I gave the numbers on, I think it was Friday's show, that with some of these tariffs, especially after that April 2nd date kicks in, that the average American could end up having to spend on a per household basis $830 more per year. Now, if that's a short-term punishment, if you will, for long-term gain, I can handle that. But I don't like his lack of, this is a guy who's willing to predict anything. and he was very tepid there in his response from Mrs. Hannity, who had the nerve to say, "I know you inherited the." I love all the precursors.
Nick, watch the whole interview. She's a pretty tough interview. She's the toughest
good.
interview
I don't like her.
that.
You don't like her?
No.
She's pretty sharp.
I agree with
she's not sharp.
I agree with Harry and Dawn. I think she did a good job with him. I do.
That's not easy, and she
Yeah.
gets she's better than she gets her question in there.
Yeah.
And nobody else could
What's
get
your
away
problem
with
with Maria?
Come on,
what's your
Kayal.
problem?
Just people on Fox that always kiss his ass. You're an interviewer. Ask the question. You're
She
not
did.
there to yuck it up.
She did.
She
Yes,
did.
you don't need no, we don't need a precursor of "I know you inherited problems." Will
did.
there be?
Because that's what he's going to say.
You know what they should do? They should go. They should go back and watch the Kayal and Company interview with Dawn and Nick from May 13th. We didn't. We just got to the. We had a little time limit of like 9 minutes. But no. So the thing is with the recession, I could see that happening. I could totally see that happening. I could see the housing market crashing. I said for 2 years that I didn't believe a word the administration prior was telling us about the economy. Not everybody plays the stock market. Not everybody's invested in mutual funds and all these other things. That's like a first world problem. The everyday person that lives paycheck to paycheck, yeah, I think they do believe the economy is very, very
Volatile.
Volatile. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's my view.
Howard Lutnick was on with I think Kristen Welker, and he comes right on and says there's going to be no recession.
This guy,
roll it.
Anybody who bets against Donald Trump, it's like the same people who thought Donald Trump wasn't a winner a year ago. Donald Trump is a winner. He's going to win for the American people. That's just the way it's going to be. There's going to be no recession in America. What there's going to be is global tariffs are going to come down because President Trump has said, you want to charge us 100%? We're going to charge you 100%. And you know what they say? They say, no, don't charge us 100%. We'll bring ours down. We'll unleash America out to the world, grow our economy in a way we've never grown before. You are going to see over the next 2 years the greatest set of growth coming from America as Americans. You saw it, 1.3 trillion of new investment coming in America. Think of all those jobs. And remember, each trillion of investment in America is 1% of growth GDP. So Donald Trump is bringing growth to America. I would never bet on recession. No chance.
Wow.
I will say this. And I don't know how much of this is Trump and unleashing American energy and drill, baby drill, but I have noticed the 3 gas stations that I frequent on a routine basis based on price, all within about a mile of each other, are down to 10 to 12 cents a gallon. So if that's, based on what's happening with the new administration, great job. Keep it up. That being said, now I got to come back and whack Lutnick over the head here with my my whack-a-mole tool. This guy,
he's too much of a cheerleader.
He is.
To me,
I feel
there's
like
no bigger cheerleader than Lutnick.
You guys, who is Howard Lutnick? What's his background?
I don't know. Is he a Ronco infomercial sales rep?
He's a businessman.
I get that, but man, it's just I feel like I'm being peddled something on late night television for 4 payments of $79.95. This can be yours, and we'll throw in the second set too. That's the vibe he gives me. I love his energy. But, I mean, my God. And I understand what his role is. He's not going to come up there and sit there and say anything negative. But let's see. That's the only thing.
It better happen.
And here's why it has to happen, Harry. Because he's delivered on the border. He's going to deliver it with the wars. We know it's all going to come to an end soon.
This would be the knockout punch.
The only thing the Democrats have left is waiting for a recession to pin it on Trump. And if that doesn't happen, they've got nothing. They're on the wrong side of every other issue.
First of all, I will say this. I think Howard Lutnick, local ties, obviously, Cantor Fitzgerald, you can look him up. I mean, this is not just any successful businessman. This is one of the most successful business people in the country. And I think this is the kind of talent that this administration is able to attract. Number 2, I'm going to say nobody in the media in the last administration, the same thing happens. Go through I can take you through decades. The liberal media never will say the R word unless it's a Republican incoming or unless he's running. As far as
I don't know about that.
I can take it through.
Okay.
I'll show you.
I remember
even
a
George W. Bush.
6 months before Biden, before the election, I believe there was recession talks.
Only because the Democrats at that point were transitioning to Kamala, and they felt that they wanted to get rid of him. That was the only time because they got the talking point memo. You're right. That was the only time, Greg, because they got the memo. But my bigger point on this with the economy, with Lutnick, is that the jobs report came out obviously on Friday, and 151,000 jobs that were added. Some say not as many as they hoped. The difference is, and this is important, that what we're learning now is which jobs are being created. These are private sector jobs. What DOGE and what this administration and their numbers are revealing is that the Biden administration was basically fluffing things up, if you will.
There was a redaction of numbers every month.
Well, they not just that. They were doing this massive hiring of federal workers.
Right.
That's part of the reason that DOGE right now is getting rid of people who were more recently hired because they were trying to inflate all the numbers. Oh, look at the jobs numbers. They never said, oh, yeah, these are federal jobs. So they were inflating those numbers of federal workers. Part of the reason that DOGE is now taking that down, saying this was crazy that they went on this spending spree, basically, and just one of the ways that they were falsely inflating numbers to get reelected.
Yep.
Predictions here. Do we think there's going to be a recession this year?
What constitutes an official recession? Does somebody have to, do you just shout, recession's officially underway? Is there a metric? Whatever that is.
Yeah, if there's a metric for it. I don't know what it is.
I just need my egg prices to go down. I buy a lot of eggs.
Yeah? Oh, I've got an egg.
High protein?
I've got an egg story for you in a moment.
Well,
I'll answer the question. I will say no recession, but I think we are not only very close right now, but I think once we get through Q2 and into quarter 3, if we haven't officially hit it by the beginning of quarter 3, I think we'll be okay. And by the way, you want the egg story?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is an amazing egg story. You talk about egg prices. We go, first of all, my wife said the girls are having a sleepover Saturday night. So
at your house?
At my house.
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
boy.
Nick.
Yes. Yeah. All 600 square feet that I currently have.
And how many kids?
Too many. 4.
Why didn't you come over to my house?
I was just going to
You
say,
didn't offer.
Kayal, I know we don't hang out outside the office, but if that ever happens again, you're more than welcome to come to Casa de Stalker.
All right, now I finally get to see the Stalker palatial estate.
There's the invite.
Yes, they're saying it's bigger. It's bigger than Bill Murray's estate out in the West Coast. So my daughters have their 2 friends over, Grace and Reese. So they sleep over the whole bit. We get up Sunday morning. We go grocery shopping. We're at Aldi. Thanks to Dawn Stensland for the Aldi recommendation. It's a lifesaver. And it's $5.97 for a carton of eggs. And it says limit 2. And my wife says, grab eggs. I go, I'm fine. And she goes, no, they're for the girls. I'm like, what do you mean for the girls? She goes, well, I'm going to make breakfast for all of them when I get. I said, so you're going to feed the neighborhood when eggs are $5.97 a carton? My head almost exploded.
Are they organic eggs?
No, they're Aldi knockoff Bobo eggs. They're probably the lowest eggs you can
eat
get.
those.
No. I don't know what they are, but
make pancakes.
$5.97. Now she wants to feed everybody. Now all of a sudden we're Old Country Buffet.
Kale, I pay you enough. You can effing afford eggs.
No,
Stop.
don't make them eggs. Make them pancakes.
She
She's gotta
did.
join a
Make
country
pancakes.
club.
She made eggs and pancakes, Dawn.
Don't make eggs and pancakes.
It's lucky
Just make pancakes.
I got a great egg, bacon, and toast sandwich with Swiss cheese. If I didn't get that, I would have been miserable.
That's $6 that can't go towards the initiation fee at his golf club.
Yeah, that's correct.
By the way,
bigger things here, Har.
By the way,
Priorities.
Harry, Dawn is the Kale whisperer. So if you ever need Kale to do something, just tell Dawn. She'll tell him, and he'll do it.
I will not be used in this manner. I will not be used.
That is 100% right. Dawn is like, Nick, shop at Aldi. He shops at Aldi. Nick,
I give him honest, good advice.
Go get your heart checked.
Nick, go get a physical. He gets a physical.
That's
Nick, Nick, you might want to get Paxlovid
Yes.
for COVID. He goes and gets.
I am trying to live as long as Dawn's father, not my father.
We're all trying to live.
If it's COVID, it's Paxlovid. Remember?
I see what you did there. All right, let's keep going with the Maria Bartiromo interview, even though Nick doesn't like it. I forget what cut did I ask
You wanted to make jokes at Nick, and you didn't.
No,
What is happening?
We got off on a tangent, and I completely forgot. Trump actually comes out and says this, with all the Doge cuts, that he's not going to cut defense spending. I mean, you want to talk where the budget is bloated?
Right.
Defense spending is it.
Yes.
Cut 10.
You said you wanted to do the Golden Dome. You've got a lot of ideas for America. But then earlier you said you wanted to cut $1 trillion in defense spending, right?
I didn't say I was doing
You're not going
I
to. So I
never
was like, which is it? Are you cutting defense spending or are you building us up?
I never said defense spending.
Okay, because I think you were talking about denuclearization,
Correct.
and that's where the cutting of the spending came in.
I never said cut. No, it's not in these days. I'd love to cut defense spending, but not now. Because you have China, you have Russia, you have a lot of problems out there. No.
In fact,
no. What I have said is, we spend a lot of money on nuclear missiles, nuclear weapons. The level of destruction is beyond anything you can even imagine. It's just bad that everybody has to spend all this money on something that, if it's used, it's probably the end of the world.
I mean, I'm sure you can differentiate between defense spending versus embracing war. Trump obviously doesn't want to go to war. He wants peace. But on this line of defense spending, did you guys happen to see the comment from Hegseth late in the week last week about China and the threat of China and going to war with China, which is a kind of an interesting pivot? And granted, I only saw a little bit of it, so it could be taken out of context. But first of all, that's the last thing I think any of us would want is a war with China.
We're not going to war with China.
I know we're not, but like
they need us. They need us too much. That's why
those comments were like, ooh.
We are gluttons. We're the gluttons of the world. Everybody. That's probably the sin of this is the fact that we're the gluttons of the world. And as Greg says, he wants it and he wants it now delivered to his house.
Yep.
That's what probably will save America. That we're the world's consumer.
Do you think, though, you need to have a defense budget as big as you do with somebody like Trump in office where people know not to mess with us?
Guys, I'm telling you, we cannot have a Doge and talk seriously about cutting government waste if we're not talking about cutting.
I agree.
The defense budget, because it is effing bloated.
So where do you draw the line? What's the, and of course we don't have the numbers in front of us, but you've got the southern border already basically shored up. I mean, nobody's coming across anymore. Nobody, I think, is dumb enough to try to strong arm Trump from a military, a war state. Like with Biden, we had spy balloons and all this other nonsense going on. Russia obviously is somewhat of an ally with Trump to the point of getting peace with Ukraine. They're not going to mess with us. And so if we're spending let's say we're spending $10 on defense budget stuff with Trump, can we get away with spending $5, knowing that Trump rules with an iron fist and nobody's dumb enough to mess with us while saving money?
But how can you rule
Doge?
with an iron fist if you don't invest in your military?
Well, I mean,
because isn't this based on what's happened in the previous administration, where they kind of, didn't invest in the military? Isn't he sort of correcting that?
No, I think they've always invested in the military. I think what they are cutting is looking at the Pentagon as far as some of those the job bloat. I think they are looking at that. But as far as the spending right now, you just heard him say to Maria Bartiromo, right now they can't touch it as they're negotiating with Iran. They're trying to de-nuke Iran. They've got war in Russia, Ukraine. They've got the Middle East. So,
see, I'm not as worried about the military defense stuff as I am the recruitment numbers. Now, hopefully those recruitment numbers have started to change.
They're bouncing back, aren't they?
I've heard reports of that with Hegseth. Amazing. You actually get back to merit-based decision-making, and people actually want to join the military. Surprise, surprise.
I mean, over the weekend they were working on this. It's 99 pages of legislation, and what they're working on is maintaining.
Yep.
So they'll do a maintenance funding plan, but as far as this, they have to get something done before this Friday. So they have to even get their maintenance plan approved as they go through the negotiation.
But even if Doge came in and stripped some of the military funding, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden we are weak as far as weaponry goes and the best technology and things like that. Just because you strip some of the funding doesn't mean all of a sudden that we're going to get steamrolled by a third world country if they attacked us.
Just for the record, I'll just reading from this, According to the budget proposal, here's the number that this budget proposal by Republicans includes an additional $8 billion in defense money in an apparent bid to ease national security hawks' concerns, while non-defense spending that Congress yearly appropriates would decrease by about $13 billion.
So we're going to spend $8 billion more?
Well, there's $6 billion added for health care for veterans.
Okay.
I'm
fine with that.
So I just want to give you the number.
I just think it's rich to talk about cutting here and cutting there when the real bloat, the real leviathan of bloat is somewhere that we're like, well, we can't touch that.
Is that number public? Do we know what that what
a leviathan of bloat?
Thank you.
Wow.
How about that?
Was that your cover band in high school?
It was.
Yes.
It was.
That sounds like an album in Almquist Library.
It was my Iron Maiden cover band.
Leviathan of bloat.
We are Leviathan of bloat. Okay. Cut 16 here, Phil. This is.
By the way, for what it's worth, quick search. In 2023, the United States spent $820 billion on defense, which accounted for 13% of the federal budget.
So what's another 8?
Unbelievable.
But it's
unbelievable.
So are you guys surprised that it's only 13%? I thought that number might be a little higher, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's okay because we're cutting, $10 million here and $30 million there. Okay. 2 people within DHS have been identified for leaking intel on ICE raids and operations. This was the Fox News report on Friday.
Send them to Gitmo.
This segment sponsored by Leviathan Nutrition.
Stalker cover band from 1999.
Reduce the blood.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says that they have identified the leakers who exposed the locations of upcoming immigrations and custom enforcement raids. This is a big deal. And our Bill Malugin has got the details. Bill.
Great hair.
Yeah, John, good afternoon to you. Just a short time ago, DHS officials confirmed to Fox News they say they have identified 2 people within DHS who they say they have caught leaking information about ICE operations to different targets and then put those operations in jeopardy. We got a video from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem herself making this announcement, was just sent over to us. Take a look.
Everyone, I wanted to give you a quick update. We have identified 2 leakers of information here at the Department of Homeland Security who have been telling individuals about our operations and putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. We plan to prosecute these 2 individuals and hold them accountable for what they've done.
And take them to the back of the shed and shoot them in the face like I did with my dog.
Treasonous moles is what they are.
Gitmo.
Yes. Gitmo their ass, doge their ass, waterboard them. Do whatever you got to do. Does
that constitute treason, though? I mean, it sounds like it to me.
I mean, at least it's a very minimum. Tom Homan would say it's a impediment, it's obstruction of justice. I mean, that's Kristi Noem handling it eloquently.
Right.
I'd like to get a soundbite of Tom Homan on this story.
Put him in a room with
spitting nails. Yeah.
Also, she can lighten up on the makeup a little bit. She just needs to,
it's getting a little out of control.
Much like Bill Malugin would.
Like the Joker. So she's been giving polygraph tests to DHS employees, which I'm going to start doing that with you guys. I love that.
Oh, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
You got to put it on YouTube.
100%. 100%.
Used as content.
I have never failed a polygraph.
Rich Zioli, are you really injured, or is this just an excuse for you to work at home so much? Let's see what the polygraph says.
Well, you'd have to get the doctors from Cooper.
Yeah.
He was hospitalized.
Put the doctors under oath.
Shame.
Don Stenson, do you really guzzle? I mean,
I guzzle.
Yeah. I mean Trump information.
Trumpaholic.
4.
That I am.
My fader's down. I was
Your
sorry.
fader.
Got to find a way to get a separate.
He needs a
fader
fluffer for his Believe fader. Me, you will guzzle.
So she was on Face the Nation. Kristi Noem was on Face the Nation on Sunday yesterday, and was asked about giving polygraph tests. This is what she said. That's my fault.
Within DHS, and you're going to prosecute them. Back on February 9th, you tweeted, "The FBI is so corrupt. We'll work with any and every agency to stop leaks." Were you wrong then to blame the FBI if the leaks were from within DHS?
No, I think there's leakers all over throughout this government. I think that everybody needs to be. I think these, and DHS specifically, these two, were leaking our enforcement operations that we had planned and we're going to conduct in several cities, and expose law enforcement to vulnerabilities, to those ops being jeopardized to where their lives would be in danger. So they will be prosecuted, and they could face up to 10 years in federal prison because they did that. Anyone who is leaking information outside of how something is planned for the safety of those law enforcement officers needs to be held accountable for that.
And you're going to continue these polygraphing
absolutely
of employees?
Amen.
The authorities that I have under the Department of Homeland Security are broad and extensive, and I plan to use every single one of them to make sure that we're following the law, that we are following the procedures in place to keep people safe, and that we're making sure we're following through on what President Trump has promised, that he's going to make it.
I would go a step further. I would go a step further. Water torture. Water torture them.
I mean,
you'll find leakers.
How can you work for ICE and be ratting out your goal, like letting these? Remember the story for the station out in San Francisco, where they were reporting ICE whereabouts, that people were being tipped off from radio and media companies.
Yep.
Yet you have somebody that it's their mission statement for ICE is to do exactly what Tom Homan wants, and they're tipping off their hand.
Yep.
You cannot punish those people enough, in my opinion.
I got to ask Dawn, though, is all her hair real?
No.
Those
are extensions.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
okay.
Got extensions going on.
Good God.
But to the mic people, like they do the mic check. You know, the poor audio person is like, oh, because there's one strand of hair on the lavalier mic. They put it in the middle.
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah, it's a bad job.
I think that's a problem with all the. There's a lot of hair going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
You could take off about 6 inches.
Look, I'm all for this. Like, find leakers, do whatever methods you need to do. And to Harry's point, is it treason? I believe it is.
So we have leakers in HHS. We have leakers within the FBI. By the way, has Pam Bondi come out and said anything about Epstein in the last 10 days? Where did that story go?
She's a tease.
She's this.
What is she doing?
They're hoping that we forget about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But luckily, us here on this program, we will not forget.
We hold everybody accountable.
That's right. Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation tried to hit Kristi Noem with the separating families thing. Of
the heartstrings.
The heartstrings. We're separating families. 6.
The administration has revived this policy of detaining migrant families, parents with children, in ICE detention centers. Bush did it, Obama did it, Biden did not. Have you seen these Texas facilities where children are being held with their parents? Are you comfortable with it personally?
We've got detention facilities across the country, and there's specific ones that are built specifically for families if they are detained. But remember, everybody has an option. They have an option to be here legally or illegally, and they can self-deport as well. We've set up a system and a website where people who are here illegally right now can register, and they can choose to go home on their own and keep their families united. Well, the kids do have a choice. If they have parents, they make a choice to keep their families together if they want to, or not. If parents make a decision to leave their children behind, then that's a choice that they made as a family. And we need to remember that when Americans break the law and they have consequences or face a situation, they're separated from their families too. I don't believe we should
Stop it right there. Stop it right there.
Yeah.
How many times have I brought up the story of if Kohl's is closed at 9 o'clock and I decide to enter illegally and get arrested, I don't get to tell the cops, please don't separate me from my twin daughters. Nobody cares. You broke the law. So you came here illegally, and you have the option to self-deport. You know what Tom Homan should say, what Trump should say, what Noam should say? They should all say this. If you're a good parent and you're here illegally and you have the option to self-deport, which you do your child a favor and go now. Boom.
Yeah, solid answer.
Boom. None of this heartstring crap.
By the way, John G on the YouTube chat says if Greg was ruler of the world, there would be about a 1K population.
Yes, between the firing squads and the waterboarding, you would wipe out a whole universe.
Guys, we didn't get to it on Friday, but we're going to get to it today. The firing squad.
Well, it happened, right?
It happened on Friday night. Somebody It's amazing. They strapped him to a chair.
South Carolina,
put a hood on his head and blew his brains out.
Yeah.
We're gonna discuss that on the other side. But first.
If only we could put Lindsey Graham in the firing squad now. Speaking of South Carolina.
First, speaking of what you just said, Kayal, about these people are breaking law. According to Jasmine Crockett, it's not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally.
Okay. Proving how dumb she really is.
Roll it.
Okay.
It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime, which is why they're so frustrated, because they really want our local law enforcement to go out and round up people when they could be looking out for the murderers and the sexual abusers as well as the robbers. They want them to go and round people up on civil accusations. And so
they are rounding
entering
up.
the country illegally is not a crime.
Right. That's the Crockett Constitution.
Does she know the definition of the word illegal?
You'd like to think so. She's got a law degree from Houston University somehow, some way.
University of Houston?
Yeah.
For real?
I read that on Friday. The amount of dumb people that got through law school when I couldn't really bothers
you couldn't.
me.
You lasted about a month.
Yeah, Sonny Hostin, Jasmine Crockett, all these dunces, they've got law degrees, and I tapped out in 90 days at night school. I'm a coward, and I'm stupid.
Yeah.
By the way, is she somebody who would stand for the honor of Lake and Riley?
No, she didn't stand up and cheer for the kid with the brain surgery.
13 of them.
DJ Daniels.
DJ?
Yeah. So
Lake and Riley or Jocelyn and Gary.
And then how about her sitting there saying that, like Trump and Homan, that they're going after just regular, quote, innocent citizens? No, there's been MS-13 members rounded up, cartels, drugs, killers, rapists, all the stuff that Trump said was happening as they flooded the border. They're rounding them up.
By the way, we have to break here, but when we come back, who is going to be somebody that you would not think will be at the White House to break bread at the end of the month? Who will that be? Plus, did a doctor says that this new bird flu strain has lab origins.
Oh, geez. Go figure. We're messing around with gain of function again, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll get to all that on the other side.
All right, Kayal and Company continues with Harry Mays. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group with Porsche and their newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. Schedule an appointment online today at PorscheDelaware.com. We're back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want you to visualize it. Yeah, your new kitchen. Can you see it? Kitchen Magic has just launched its brand new, innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with all the styles. This is so much fun. All the styles, all the colors, the layouts online, and then preview your perfect space before your free design consultation even begins. So Kitchen Magic, their design experts, will then refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years. They know their stuff. They know what they're doing. These are the pros, and this is their skill set. Kitchen Magic has been crafting over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. So just visit kitchenmagic.com right now, create the different kitchen looks, and enjoy 40% off installation. Yeah, kitchenmagic.com. Do this. kitchenmagic.com. Take advantage of a full 40% off installation. You are going to love it. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks from Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
8:36, Kayal and Company. Harry Mays with us here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Harry. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch the show live on YouTube as we continue fresh off of a weekend with more of what's on Greg Stocker's cut sheet.
Kid Rock told Glenn Beck who will be at the White House with him and President Donald Trump at the end of the month.
Okay.
Roll this.
I'm actually going to try to unite this country, and I'm starting at the end of the month. I'm taking Bill Maher to the White House for dinner.
No way.
This guy who's
That's
done nothing
great.
but talk smack
Yeah.
about the president since day one. But he's a comedian, too.
Yeah.
And, I can have conversations with him. If you don't get into Trump, because I'm like, I love him.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't. I'm like, let's talk about other things. We can find common ground. He's actually, more reasonable than a lot of people on the right would think.
I think
especially the last maybe 4 years or whatever. So I said to him, I was doing his podcast, and I said, if I can hook you guys up, this, that, and the other. And trust me, there's a lot more people deserving at that table, for dinner. So it's a big deal to me to, bring him there and even have the president be like, yeah, do it. Let's do it. I go, man, what would it say to this country? Let's start at the top where you very public figures, him, television comedian, you president of the free world. We could just break bread, have some laughs, take a picture and be like, hey, we don't agree on everything, but we got along. Does that start to send a message to people, or do they just think I'm an idiot?
Yeah.
Does Bill Maher look soft for going? Does Trump look weak? I'm like, man, I think we just got to start somewhere like there and be like, look, man, we just had dinner. We had some laughs, we had fun. Like, maybe call that family member that you got into it over politics, or that person, at the school that, you don't like to talk to anymore that you used to have a coffee with in the morning. Maybe just get back with him and be like, look, man, it's okay. Everybody calm down a little bit.
So that's pretty interesting. Two things. One, I think, first of all, Trump would be willing to sit down with any of his media detractors and have a conversation. And for God's sakes, and I know they had a history in the past, but he welcomed in Morning Joe, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski to Mar-a-Lago after
they used to be best friends.
Right. So I think he would be willing to do it. I'm not sure that those on the other end of an invitation would accept. Do I think Bill Maher would? Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think Bill Maher would. Do you think anybody from The View would take up that offer?
No.
Do you think Keith Olbermann would take up that offer?
I don't think Trump wants to eat with any of the shrews anyway.
Well, and I guess my big point, too, is I think there's a lot of people on the left, whether they genuinely hate him on their platform or they do it because it was once the cool thing to do and now it's not. It's their thing. It's their shtick. It's their grift. They don't want to alienate their audience.
Yeah.
Right? Because then they would be dimed out for being a fraud or be ridiculed, and they don't have thick enough skin to say, no, it's the president of the United States. You would take the same offer as well.
No, I totally agree with you. But I think Maher would do it, and I think Trump should do it. I think that would be great content.
I do, too.
Maher's come around. He's come around. He's funny.
I'd actually,
He's
forget
making sense.
Mar-a-Lago, I'd actually like to see Trump go on the Club Random podcast. I mean, you'd have Maher on the left drinking a tequila, and Trump sitting there with a Diet Coke.
What does Trump benefit from it?
Yeah, it's a great question.
How does he benefit? I see how Maher benefits.
Well, Trump said, on Tuesday night at the joint address to Congress, Democrats, get behind me and support me and unite.
Right.
Unification's a two-way street, not a one-way street.
I think it's symbolic, in a way.
Yeah.
Talking to the other side.
If I'm Trump, I have nothing to lose. I won the popular vote, so he's not going to alienate anybody. I mean, that would be. Could you imagine him on any? I'd actually like to see Trump. Did Trump do the Rogan podcast? I don't remember if he did it.
What's that?
Did Trump do Rogan?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say.
You remember it?
It's
Do you
just
have a brain injury?
Yeah.
Did 3 hours, man.
Yeah.
No,
I'd love
I'm going
to
to
see him
point
in
this
any of
out,
those
Nick.
settings.
You said
Did he
earlier
do
that
the
you didn't
Rogan
have an effect from daylight saving time.
Yes.
There it was.
No, that's high school football.
Oh,
That's not
God.
daylight saving time. Yeah.
Don't even say that.
Yeah. So, I would love to see Trump in any of those settings.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine if he actually got the invite to go on The View? Remember, he was once beloved by them, too.
The shrew.
So it's no different than Mika and Joe. Well, they used to love him. Well, so did The View. I mean, we could pull up the clips of Joy Behar back in the day. Come here, Donald. Give me a big kiss.
Well, looking this up, Bill Maher, so this is what Trump's going to do. He's going to look up the ratings, and actually the ratings have 24, almost 25 times higher audience than the average show in the U.S.
Who does
so he
more?
has, it ranks in the top percentile of talk shows. So it's highly rated.
Yeah.
That's what Trump's going to look at.
Right.
He's
It's
just going to go, what are his,
entertaining, too.
yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, Trump's going to go, well, what do I get out of the deal? So he's going to look at the ratings.
Well, but let's not gloss over this other thing that Kid Rock said. Hey, Kid Rock's got that kind of stroke to
Sure.
to
How about
bring
that?
anybody he wants to Mar-a-Lago.
That doesn't surprise me.
I love to see Trump squash Kid Rock. Hey, this is my pad.
Didn't
you run that by
Obama
me
do
first.
something similar to this when he had the beer with the guy?
Yeah, the beer summit.
Remember that?
The beer summit.
The beer summit.
with
yes.
with the cop and the other guy that broke the law.
Okay.
But the truth is on this.
It was racial, according to Obama. Sorry, Don.
To your point about Trump, I think this is a little bit of a conversation. So they are mulling it over, and Kid Rock says, "What about this? What about this?" And then Trump says, "Well, why don't you just say that?" Because this is what Trump does. He loves for somebody to just toss it up in a conversation. Then we all hash it out. They look at it. It's like their little poll that they look at and take a pulse on it.
It's a trial balloon.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Well put.
Yeah.
Trial balloon.
So, do you guys remember during the State of the Union speech? That wasn't a State of the Union speech. Trump calling out Biden's EPA giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion for to help upgrade people's homes, so they can be more environmentally friendly and lower their bills. So a lot of people saw that like that can't be true. Stacey Abrams was on MSNBC on Friday night. And she said, "Yeah, no, it's true. I got $2 billion to buy people new home appliances to reduce electric bills." That was part of the Biden administration's EPA plan.
Unbelievable.
Roll this.
In 2023 and 2024, I led a program called Vitalizing DeSoto. We worked in a tiny town in South Georgia to demonstrate that by replacing energy inefficient appliances with efficient appliances, you can lower your cost. And in fact, we accomplished that. For 75% of the community, they got appliances that are lowering their bills right now.
Wow.
We had one woman who saw her electric bill cut in half from $180 to $98. That's what we delivered. And based on that program, a coalition of organizations, famous organizations, came together and said to the EPA, if we can do this here, we can do this for millions more Americans. Let us invest the money of America in lowering the cost for Americans. And the EPA said, okay, great, go for it.
Oh, my God.
This is unbelievable.
Chris Hayes is still on TV.
I'm trying to figure out why.
Seriously?
I'm trying to figure out why Stacey Abrams is on TV because she's a two-time election loser. She's a two-time election denier. And when we talk about all of these eco-friendly environment, this goes back to, remember, Biden spent what, $8 billion on electric car chargers across the country, and they installed, I think, 7 charging ports nationwide, some of which didn't work. And then, of course, you got what she's talking about there. I mean, did they admit it? Did they come out and not fact check Trump because it was true? Because they love to do that when he says something that they think is not true.
Well, I love the fact that she doubles down on it because I remember the Washington Post last week was like fact checking Trump on claiming this, and then she comes out and goes, "Yep, it's true." So I hope that they print a retraction. But I will say this: I'd love to see the numbers she's talking about. I don't know what number she's talking about.
Yeah, how do you get your electric bill to be cut in half unless you just turn the switch off?
Well, did she say electric bill?
No,
she said utility.
Yeah,
so which utility? Because I'm just saying that maybe your water bill went down slightly, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are they looking at the total? Because I guarantee you, my dishwasher running a minimum of 3 hours.
It's insane.
And my wash machine minimum like light load is 121 minutes.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is.
You cannot tell me. So maybe they're talking about on one point a water bill. Maybe they're talking about an electric bill. Look at the total package, and you tell me that that's less energy in total used. No way.
I'd love
I
to
hand
know.
wash all my dishes.
Well, that's just it.
Harry, I was just going to ask
You're
that.
running all that water.
Yeah.
Well, you could just, I mean, quick rinse them as far as getting them initially wet, scrub them with the pad and the soap, and then minimize your usage of water on versus water off. I might do that for a month and just do everything dishes by hand and compare it to my previous month bill just to see what I can save and see if it's really worth it. Because my dishwasher sucks.
You hand wash every dish?
I'll use the dishwasher once a month just so the seals don't crack.
Wow.
Yeah.
You live alone.
No,
I don't.
No. He's been instructed to do that.
You get takeout.
He's being
There's no way.
Dawn, he's being instructed to do the dishes, trust me.
Yeah.
You get
The
what I'm
kitchen's
saying.
spotless 24/7.
Harry's a clean freak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Are there children in this picture?
No, there's no children.
No, he's smart.
No.
All right.
So it's just you and your wife.
And you guys get takeout. A
No,
lot.
we don't. My wife cooks a
She
lot.
cooks
How
a
dare
lot?
you, Dawn?
How dare you, Dawn?
No, I'm impressed. I'm
Are
amazed.
you kidding me? I'll get take. I'm going to tell my wife that. She was a Dawn fan until today.
No, I'm impressed here. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Does anybody else do the dishes by hand?
Tracy on the YouTube chat says hand wash. I do all without a dishwasher.
Our dishwasher
There you go,
sucks.
Tracy.
When we started to do our own Doge last summer to get all of our bills paid off, we even downgraded from like the Cascade little packs that you put in the dishwasher to the Bobo ones, and the Bobo ones are terrible.
No, don't get the packets. Get the liquid, and you can get it cheap. The liquid that you don't use those horrible packet little things.
Oh, so you buy the jug of the soap?
The
stuff?
huge jug of like the gel stuff works fantastic.
I got to tell you guys, we must be in the minority, Dawn, because half of the YouTube chat is weighing in. They all wash their dishes by hand.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Robot Speed, Tracy, Susie Loves Jab. That they all it's crazy.
Now sometimes because our dishwasher is awful, after a big meal where there's all sorts of stuff, we will hand wash it to get it semi clean, and then let the dishwasher finish it off, which is probably not financially smart.
Okay.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil Almquist. And
What's he saying?
Hold that thought, Dawn.
Oh, we got a poll.
There's a poll up on the
Okay.
YouTube chat. Do you wash your dishes by hand? 28 votes right now. I'm going to put no.
It's about 50-50.
Yeah, 50s. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
See, what I do
I
is
pounded the like button too.
Thank you, Harry.
Wow,
Everybody
I'm
hit the like
impressed.
button. Hit the like button. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And if you want to vote on this poll. Sorry, Dawn.
But if you're doing it by hand, make sure that you just fill the sink while you're rinsing them, and then fill it because you don't want just the water to run with the drain open.
Do you, Dawn, with the laundry, do you have the ability to, or do you in fact utilize the old process of sticking your laundry out back on the clothesline and
In
letting it in the spring and summer?
In the summer, I do.
Yeah.
I hang it up inside.
My
It's like
grandparents
Italy.
used to do that all the time.
I got to ask.
I hang it up inside.
I got to ask a question. Kayal, you wash your dishes by hand?
Sometimes. Yes, a decent
Is it
amount.
all right? Is it an age thing? Like, does the older generation wash their dishes by hand because that's just what they've always done, and the younger generation?
Well, the younger generation always wants convenience.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, dishwashers aren't anything new. I mean, how long has the dishwasher been around for? You know I'm going to get this wrong.
Since 1997, right?
Since
the dishwasher was another term for my mom.
Oh, that's very sexist of you.
See, you gained all those points.
And then you just... I'm going to guess a dishwasher became a thing in the 50s or 60s?
Probably in the 60s.
60s, maybe?
Probably.
If I had
Early
to guess?
60s.
Yeah. 1997.
Yeah.
So, honestly, do you wash your dishes by hand? Yes, 59%. Wow.
See, now, it also depends on the dish. After my wife makes one of those really big roasts or a meatloaf on the big tray, and there's all the leftover
A lot of grease.
Like I'm a girly guy.
But you got to take paper towels and clean that all out.
Like
And then throw it away.
You know, I can I do them by hand after we eat pizza or something, but I don't want to mess with the meatloaf tray. I leave that to the wife.
Wow.
I'm being honest. Kristen, will you handle that?
Look at Harry though with the paper towel. I'm impressed.
Or I negotiate.
Wow.
I'm impressed.
Your daughter should be washing the dishes by now.
It'll create more of an issue and more of a mess. There'll be water all over the counter. The bread will be soaked. No, not yet.
I love it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Harry there, Kayal. Like, not that if you had sons, it would be the same thing, but like Dawn's son should be washing dishes.
Oh, at that point, yeah.
Right.
So they're very good. They take the dishes off. Usually, I'll have something in the sink already going with some sudsy warm water.
Yeah,
and they'll take the dishes out. But they kind of just do like the rinse as far as in the sink with the water already in it, so you're not wasting all the water.
But I also
And then they'll put
negotiate
it
as
in.
well. Like I'll offer to do the because the trash.
Oh, you're
by the way,
doing deals?
I take the. I'm always cutting a deal. It's the art. It's the art of the deal. Harry.
Art of the deal.
It's the art of the deal. So, everything's.
I was an indentured servant until I was 18.
Well, I have to take out the trash 3 times a day because my kids eat like horses. So
Oh, my God.
I'll offer to do the trash if she does the meatloaf tray.
Wow,
interesting.
See, that's where we put our foot down at the boys have to take out they do the trash.
Well, forget the boys for a second. Does Larry do anything?
Larry, here's the thing, honest to
Dishes,
God.
laundry, vacuum, garbage,
It's
anything?
Lair Bear.
Lair Bear.
Does Larry Bear do anything?
First of all, he makes me my coffee in the morning, which is very nice.
That is a very nice gesture.
And number one. Number two, he empties the dishwasher.
Empties it.
He will empty it.
And so
I do that too.
He puts it away.
Well, he puts most of it away, or he puts it on the countertop. But that's
yes,
like,
Well, who loads it though? Because there's an art to loading a dishwasher.
Oh, my wife is a loader. She can fit 8 pounds into a 6-pound bag. She's a professional smusher.
Mine too. Mine too. She's amazing at it. Like I start to load the dishwasher and she's like, no,
Get out of the way.
Yeah, get away.
Yeah.
We can fit 10 more things in here. I'm like, really?
Yeah. And by the way, that counts as trying.
It does. See, I won't even, because I want them to be in power, so I won't even say, no, I'll let them do it. And then I quietly, try to not make noise so they don't hear it. And, you know what I mean? Strategically, in the pack we're in. But I like the effort matters.
Guys, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to vote on this. It's 60-40. Do you wash your dishes by hand?
That's amazing.
60-40.
Wow.
91 LSXer says, do these people not use air conditioning? That's a great question.
But see, I have an excuse because, what would Larry do then? You know what I mean? So it's good because that's his thing. He undoes the dishwasher.
But you mentioned he doesn't necessarily put them away in the cabinet or the drawers, but he puts them on the counter. My wife does that after she hand washes sometimes, where she'll have the towel on the counter and then a couple of pans and big bowls. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't we just finish the process and put them where they belong? This is completing the job 75% of the way. My parents used to do that. There'd be random mixing bowls and the garlic crusher, the garlic press that was used for whatever. And I'm like, wait a minute, just finish the job. You're almost there.
Yeah, I wash them, dry them, and put them away.
Wow, look at you.
But
I'm well trained.
Yeah,
Dawn.
yeah, you are.
I'm impressed.
All right, we never got to the Harry. Do you have to leave? Because if you have to leave, it's cool. But
No.
I want to get to the firing squad, and I want to get to this doctor that says that this bird flu might have lab origins.
God.
But Kayal, I think we need to break.
Yeah, we should. I'm going to go do my own gain of function research, and then we will be back for the fourth and final hour. Coming up next, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Greg, Harry Mays, talking about dishes and all the things that matter to American families out there on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From dishes to your lawn, you think about a green, lush lawn, beautiful weather in the 60s. We're coming into springtime, just in time for those Easter egg hunts. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense that you hire a company which is going to provide better results and is also safer for your family, for your kids, for your pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. I really chose them years ago, and what a great choice. Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products that keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From the organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Don't just take my word for it. You can join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. I love this. You get free seeding every year if you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding. Call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, free seed. I love how every time they come out, there's a little report that they put. They tell you what they've treated. So it's really personalized. I love that too. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose My Lawn Care Company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Vance, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Vance a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. We all want to trust the people that service our cars, and that's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. Whether it's a fast oil change or a needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices. They shop the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule an appointment at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia. Every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Company. Just having fun. That's all it is, folks. It's just a radio show. Don't take it too seriously. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and Harry. Final hour underway here on a Monday. And if you were paying attention to the last segment as we were discussing dishwashers and the invention and creation of, I thought they were probably created in the 50s or 60s, but as usual, I was categorically wrong. Big time. Way off. Phil Omquist with Today in Dishwasher History has some tidbits for us. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, technically you were right about the 50s, just not 1950s. It was invented in 1850.
It's unbelievable.
1850.
Wow. What?
I mean, what kind of elitist did you have to be to have one of those in the 1850s?
I didn't think we had plumbing in the 1850s.
And by the way, her birthday was March 8th. She was being celebrated. Josephine Cochran, Ohio born. She is the 1839 inventor of, she invented the first successful hand-powered dishwasher.
Wow.
Hand-powered.
What other facts do you have, Philip?
Well, it looks like in 1924 in the UK, somebody invented a small non-electric dishwasher suitable for domestic use. So it really took hold in the the household then, but really didn't take a firm hold until probably the 50s and 60s after the wealthy went from the wealthy to the average Joe.
So I was correct by saying 50s or 60s in America when it became a common appliance.
The 1850s, yeah. That's
No,
what you meant.
1950s.
1924, the first time they used a motor to spray water on dishes.
Okay.
1924. But to your point, Nick, that was the wealthy. So that's to your point, right? That I don't have the date though when it became like the common man's appliance.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I'm guessing probably late 60s, early 70s.
Okay.
I don't even know.
I'll take that.
I can't. It's funny how you look it up and they talk about the 1800s, they talk about the 1920s.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot about when it became commonplace.
Interesting. All right.
MSNBC's Paul Rieckhoff says that Ukrainians are more American than the United States is.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's MSNBC for you.
There you go.
Okay.
Roll it.
So for the person who's watching, who just heard you say Donald Trump is not standing up for Ukraine, what do you say to the person who says, well, I don't care about Ukraine. I want Donald Trump to stand up for America. What do you say to them?
I don't know where you got that. I mean, I don't have time for it.
Yes, but we hear it. We hear it.
Here's the thing. Where did you grow up? Did you grow up in a place where you thought the Russians were the good guys? What part of America did you grow up in where they taught you the Russians were the good guys and our allies were the bad guys? That's the flip here that we need to continue to remind people. The Russians are the bad guys. They're raping women. They're killing children. They're bombing cities. The Ukrainians are the noble good guys. In some ways, they're more American than we are over the last couple of years. And we must stand with them in the same way we stood with the allies in World War II and since this country was founded. This is not just about Ukraine. This is about the core and the integrity of American values.
Okay, so there's two points to mention here. One is the obvious. We all are aware Russia is a bad actor. I have never met, so he wants to make it partisan and split it down to left versus right. I don't know a single Trump supporter or a Republican that says Russia's good. I've never met that person.
Who's saying that?
So I don't know where that comes from.
Right.
But to just imply that Ukraine is Mother Teresa when they're and he's sitting there saying, "Oh, well, they're more American than America is." Well, actually, if you think about it, the last couple of years, the United States and Ukraine are very similar. They both have state-run media. They both have censorship and deplatforming of people. And what's the tie-in? Biden and Zelensky and the funding of Ukraine's needs. So, yeah, United States and Ukraine actually do have something in common on that front. But I mean, I don't know. What does it mean to be American? Like, that's a question that everybody can answer in their own way. So I don't know where that guy gets off saying that. But again, He's totally out of left field.
Yeah.
Another.
Who is that guy?
I have no idea.
Paul Rykoff. I don't know. I never heard of him.
Never heard of that.
Nobody's saying Russia's the good guy.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Well, it's a media talking point that because Trump, they claim. Do you know what I mean? They're claiming that Trump praised Putin. They're claiming. I mean, I don't think. Right, I don't think the majority buys that. But Ukraine.
Yeah, so if you don't support giving, Ukraine hundreds of millions of dollars more, billions, you like Russia.
Yes, you're pro-Russia.
Okay.
You're a puppet for Putin.
Yeah.
And by the way, still, when you look up Ukraine, multiple sources, they still say Ukraine is widely considered one of the most corrupt countries in Europe.
Yes.
Period.
And that but that doesn't get reported in the mainstream media. So the average woman or man that watches CNN or MSNBC, they just think that, Ukraine's the little kid at the schoolyard getting bullied by the class bully.
Yeah.
I mean, even Wikipedia, you know what I'm saying? You can look it up yourself, but abuse of power, bribery, censorship, political repression, political violence, all of that is listed, and I could go through dozens of sources.
They canceled an election.
I wanted to get.
Imagine if we did that.
I wanted to get to this on
Democrats tried
on Friday. I wanted to get this on Friday, but we, as normal, ran out of time because we yapped so much.
Good problem to have, by the way.
On this talk show, we talk too much. So this a South Carolina man was killed by firing squad on Friday night at 6:00 p.m. There was an AP reporter that witnessed the entire thing, and he went detail by detail on what happened. Just so you guys know,
is it true that you tried to get credentialed for this and they shot you
I
down?
wanted to do. I think we should have done a live broadcast from there, and I would have liked to have just been a witness and put the microphones up and. Just so you don't know, or just in case you don't know, this is Brad Sigmund, 67. He killed his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat. Wait, no. Yes.
He was sentenced to death back in 2002.
2002, yeah, in a botched plot to kidnap their daughter. I'm sorry, my page is not written
Kidnapped
correctly.
his girlfriend, Rebecca,
and
then brutally murdered her parents, David and Gladys, in their Greenville County home.
With a baseball bat.
South Carolina.
Because they
beat them
They
to
didn't
death.
want him taking the
Their
girlfriend
daughter.
away.
Yep.
He was going to take her away and kill her anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Harry and Dawn, for bailing me out there. I appreciate it. So this is the AP reporter who was there, and he witnessed it. Roll it.
Brad Sigmund was strapped into the chair.
Yeah.
Unlike other death executions I've seen, he was in a black jumpsuit, had black Crocs-like shoes on. He was completely strapped in. It looked like there was a harness over him. There was a strap over his head. His ankles were shackled.
Nice.
He had a covering over his mouth.
Was he blindfolded?
That, was from about here down.
Yes.
When the curtain opened, he looked towards his attorney, who was on the front row of the witness. They kind of exchanged. They had an exchange. I couldn't tell because his mouth was covered what they were mouthing back and
You don't
forth
wanna
to
get
each
COVID.
other. But it looked like he was just saying he was okay to his attorney, Sigmund did. At that point, they had the attorney came out and read the final statement. When the final statement was read, well, let me back up one step. He had a target over his heart when the curtain opened. It was already there.
Nice.
It was a little rectangle white paper, or I'm assuming it was paper, could have been cloth. They had a bullseye on it. It had one outer ring and one inner ring on it. It was red. The bullseye was red.
Awesome.
So they came out, read his final statement. At that point, when that was finished, a prison employee got a hood, put the hood over Sigmund's head. Then that prison employee walked from the chair the 15 feet over to where there's a brick wall, and at that point there's a black shade, like one of those shades that you pull down and it rolls up. So that there's a black shade there. The prison employee lifted up the shade, and then from that point it was a little less than 2 minutes of nothing at that moment. I mean, you could see Brad Sigmund took several pretty deep breaths, and then suddenly the shots rang out at, I believe Christy said it was 6:05 and 50 seconds. At that point, you did see a small red stain on Sigmund's chest. It was irregularly shaped, but oval, if that makes sense. I mean, it wasn't like a circle; it was an oval shape. I saw it looked like he may have taken a couple of his chest rose and fell about 2 times immediately after the shots. You could see a tiny piece of like tissue or something that was coming out of that. At that point, also his arm tensed up.
Yes.
My goodness.
He's more excited than I am.
After that, the doctor was in there fairly quickly. Less than a minute after the shots came. Couldn't see exactly what the doctor did because my viewpoint was blocked from his back. But he did an examination for about 90 seconds, and then he walked back towards the other side of the room, walked from left to right as I'm viewing, and then that's when the
left to right on your radio dial.
Employee announced 6:08 is the time of death. And the only other thing I might add is when they came out after the shoot, they pulled the shade back down. I'm going to let Anna go next.
And how great would it have been if we could have had Merrill Reese broadcast it?
Oh, my goodness.
I would actually, because that was very detailed, I would love to know, honestly, how many shots are fired in total and how many people are there doing the shooting?
There were three.
So there's three.
Volunteer riflemen.
Amazing.
Oh, so they're not actually like state prison employees or police officers?
3 volunteer prison employees used the rifles to carry out the shooting.
I got to tell you, well, let's actually go around the room. If you were a state prison employee, we already know Stalker would sign up for it.
Hell yeah.
H, could you do it? Could you do it, Har?
No.
Dawn, could you?
My problem with this scumbag beat these people to death.
Yes.
With not just a regular baseball bat. It was one of those like smaller ones that you get, and it's like for fans. It might be signed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he beat them to death. They suffered.
Then
he shot Becky, his girlfriend, who he said he couldn't have her. Nobody else could. These people suffered. He should die the way
Agreed.
the people he
Amen.
murdered died.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't dispute that. I don't know that I have the
eye for an eye.
I don't know that I have the stomach to be able to do it myself.
He chose
Not
this
in
because
cold
he was
blood.
scared of lethal injection, that it might not work right, or
would
that he
flood
would
his lungs
suffer.
or something.
Yeah.
I agree with Dawn. I'm all for eye for an eye. Like I actually think the firing squad was too easy because it's quick. You know what I mean? Like even though when they put the hood over your head, you know you're about to kick the bucket. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Dawn's right. Like that's way too humane. You know, like we do that to animals. Let's make this guy suffer.
I feel for him.
I would much rather look. And some people might say, "Well, how can you say you're pro-life and you have state-run executions?" So I would submit to you, fine. I'm fine with never executing anybody. However, when you've confessed to it, like this scumbag, then farm out his. He should no longer have a name. We should be able to farm out his imprisonment to other countries. So let's send him somewhere else, and that's the only thing when we talk about resourcing. Let's farm that out.
Which one is cheaper for the taxpayer? Death or life in jail?
Death. The death row. The reason death row is ridiculous. The average inmate, not even these high-profile ones. And this is probably a little bit of an dated number because now we have inflation and stuff. But it's a minimum of $1 million. Wow. The cost
for death
because they get so many appeals. This guy, when was he convicted? Like back, and this was like 2001 or 2002.
Been going on 25 years.
So think about the lawyers always winning, right? And so I just think some they get the popularity and the fame. Lock them away for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I try not to even look at it. I don't even look at it from like a religious standpoint. I know there are some people that say only God has the right to take away a life, no matter how heinous that criminal might be. I would to me, whatever one is more financially feasible for the taxpayers, that's the one I'd sign up for.
By the way, it's I agree that what Dawn was saying about ship them off to another country because what was it, Venezuela or one of those places where those jail cells are like they're basically torture facilities. Like I'm all for that.
Yeah, prisoners actually have it good here.
Yeah,
if you look up the cost, what, Harry?
They probably do have it good here.
They
compared
do.
To
Sam Bankman-Fried's able to sit down for an interview with Tucker
with
Carlson.
Diddy. He's hanging out with
Diddy. Hanging out with Diddy.
So the death penalty, it's not a deterrent. The fact that this guy got to choose this, that just bothers me.
Yeah.
Because
he didn't want the electric chair to cook him alive.
What a coward.
Hey, by the way, Sam Bankman-Fried got stuffed in solitary confinement because apparently he violated the rules and there was no approval for him to sit down with Tucker for that podcast that we did last week. So
how did it happen?
That's BS.
No,
they have to approve it. How does Tucker get in?
How does it happen?
Hold on, I got the story.
That can't be right, Nick. That's
hold on.
That's
propaganda.
It's from the New York Post.
Hold on,
Well-
Stalker sent it to me last night.
There you go.
It's going. Hold on.
I mean, I'm just telling you the reality. I don't care what
Rupert
anybody
Murdoch,
says.
Owned Fox News affiliate. New
I
York
don't care what
Post
anybody
wrote
says.
it.
Somebody approve that. Tucker Carlson doesn't.
Yeah.
Tucker's not with his phone. Okay, the minimum size crew. Think about it. You got an audio, you've got video, you've got setup. He's got a minimum. I would say a crew, a minimum of 3 other people, if not 5 to 6.
I'm with Dawn on this.
But hold
I
on,
don't know how
hold
that
on.
happens
We
without it
played.
being approved.
We played the clip last week. Tucker didn't go to the joint. Tucker was in his studio from home, and Bankman-Fried was on some type of Zoom.
Yeah.
How do you
get that?
Zoom?
How do you get that done?
I agree. There's somebody. So this is actually the New York Times reported this as well. Tucker Carlson's interview with disgraced crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, which was distributed online Thursday, appeared to be a transparent ploy to get media attention with the goal of ultimately scoring a pardon from Trump. But it sounds like SBF is now paying a price for the interview. The former billionaire has reportedly been tossed into solitary confinement because the interview was not approved by the United States Bureau of Prisons, according to a new report from the New York Times.
Yeah, I'm calling BS. So this is their cover story to go, oh, we didn't approve it. Somebody had to have approved that. Now, maybe it wasn't the biggity big at the head of the U.S. whatever prison, but they had to approve that. They had to get a computer in front of them. They had to get the connection. They had to do all of that. And how do you coordinate that?
Right. Yeah. All valid questions.
Boy, I didn't even scratch the surface with stuff today, but I guess we'll continue on.
Is that a wrap? Are we done?
Is that it?
For the cut sheet, at least.
All right.
We have Dawn's Big Three. We
we
have
go.
a lot of other stuff to get to. Maybe I'll get to one more thing before we get out of here.
Okay. Harry's got some dishes to tend to, and
Which is very impressive.
Yes, it is. Nice job, Harry. Thanks, bud.
All right, we'll see you. Have a good week.
There he is, Harry Mays with us, off to do the dishes. Harry Mays here for Cascade. All right, when we come back, a Dawn Stensland Big Three, as well as Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip. We've got what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and we have to get to, if we have time, for one last story. A South Jersey flag football tournament
such a great story.
that erupted into a 40-person brawl, and it was a big story in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Back after this here live on a Monday morning. Stay right there.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof and it'll be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2 to 1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:23, live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, all of the bells and whistles down the stretch coming up. Movies, music, preview for the Dawn Show coming up at 10 a.m. And then if we have time here, a brawl in a flag football tournament in Gloucester Township, South Jersey. And I think we also have video for this other story of a Virginia high school track star that was attacked by one of their opponents who was wielding a baton.
Horrible.
And clubbed him over the head with it intentionally. Animals. Firing squad for everybody, says Stalker. And we'll try to get to those stories in a little bit. But before that, let's get down to the news, find out what's going on out there in society and civilization, away from our nice little Piazza Auto Group Studios bubble. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic on this beautiful, sunny, 67-degree day. Number one, do you want me to do the brawl? There's an update on this South Jersey brawl. Do you want me to do it here?
Let's do it.
So we have the latest from police because they are looking at criminal charges against these individuals. As many as 40 people started shoving, arguing, fighting, large crowd gathering around them. This is Gloucester Township at a community park. Happened over the weekend. Police called, 911 calls, quickly intervening to try to break up the crowd and the fights. And then the police had to remain for hours just to maintain the peace there in the park. This is a South Jersey park. It's supposed to be a beautiful day. Happened during this unauthorized flag football tournament. This, according to police. So the flag football tournament, they say, was they didn't have the proper permit. They didn't have authorization advertised on private social media accounts. So they're investigating this. They say this group, I guess the fight was initiated by the coaches who became angry with the tournament organizer and demanded they get their money back because they were charging this entry fee. So now police say, look, you put the entire community in danger. This was a violent situation. It was illegitimate that you were charging people. You didn't have the proper permits to even be here. And so there are some serious charges. These people could be charged criminally, but with felony counts.
I was just going to say, if you don't have the local ordinance approval for this, that's probably trespassing. Then you have disturbing the peace. Then you probably have stuff like, possibly assault and battery, things like that. I would like to know, because I saw that this was 40 people and it's a tournament. Was this all adults or were there kids involved? Because my immediate reaction before hearing about the specifics over the arguing and the yelling, I was wondering if this was some rowdy dads that were out of control because their kid might not be getting playing time, but then again, I don't know the backdrop to this. This
was unauthorized, right, Nick?
It is unauthorized according to the story, but it doesn't mean that you still can't have kids that were playing in it. Or it's a bunch of guys like me trying to relive their glories days into some stupid flag football thing.
So 91LSXer wants to know, what's the description of the melee participators? Do we know, Dawn Senslin? Like ages, ethnic backgrounds?
All I see is a total number of 40 people.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking for video.
Yeah, I'm surprised in this day and age.
Going viral.
Yeah, right.
Because when I think of flag football, I think of girls doing flag football. I don't think that's what this was.
No, this was
a group. This was somebody on private social media pages. They were saying, "Hey, we're having this tournament. Everybody get together," and they were charging money.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and there was a fee for it.
So they're saying that at least five people were injured. At least 17 people were arrested. But they're saying at least 40 people involved in this brawl.
Do you realize how stupid you look getting into a brawl over flag football, especially as a grown person, as an adult? That's just based on stupidity. That's 1 year in the joint. Seriously, flag football. And trust me, I don't want to play real football anymore. Those days are over. I take one hit, I'm not getting up. But you're going to get into a fight to the point where cops have to stick around for 2 hours to make sure that you can act like a civilized person and not an animal.
There's no video of this. I'm just looking on the webs here.
Yeah, I was trying to find.
There's
like
no
Fox
video of it.
29 has the story. There are news releases that they've released on it.
Yeah, and then you have other park goers, which, by the way, maybe over towards the swing sets or, the picnic benches, or they're walking your dog, and you look over and all of a sudden it looks like Russia and Ukraine are fighting each other. And you wonder why people want to walk around and carry a weapon with them at all times. Flag football. Embarrassing.
In the past, there were juveniles and young adults who were dropped off at the same park that we've covered, but I don't have ages. I don't have descriptions.
Yep.
And just the omission of that is curious.
Oh, it's not curious to me. It's not curious to me at all.
I'm just saying. It's curious.
I'm guessing.
What do you guess?
No, I'm just guessing.
Well, to your point, Dawn, they did say 9 months ago, same park on Gloucester Township Day, several fights occurred, 5 people were injured, and 17 people had to be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been over that way. Gloucester Township were a rough spot.
I'm going to look up the.
Where's this at?
I'm going to look up the breakdown of race and ethnicity in Gloucester.
All right. While you do that, I'll go on to. You want me to go on to number 2?
Yes, please.
Because we do have, and we didn't talk about this last week. We have the causes of death, the autopsy results released and revealed for legendary actor Gene Hackman, who was 95, and his wife, Betsy Arakawa Hackman, who's listed at 65, and they now are releasing the autopsy results. Hackman was found to have had cardiovascular disease as well as advanced Alzheimer's disease. His wife, they say, passed away, died from HPS syndrome.
The Hannavirus.
Yeah. Have you heard of this?
Yes.
Isn't that what Road Warrior said?
Was it?
I thought Road Warrior predicted that that's what she might have died from because it's
really
they've had an outbreak in that region of New Mexico before.
So they have. It's scary when you think about what this is, Dawn.
Yeah.
It is.
Well,
It's
this stuff
it's
is right in our.
It's
we
mice
preach this out.
droppings.
Yeah.
So
Rodent.
So if you have if you have a mouse infestation and they poop, like mouse poop is toxic.
Disgusting.
It's toxic, and you shouldn't suck it up with a vacuum cleaner either, because then the toxins get out when you do that.
Go airborne.
They do.
They can go airborne.
So you have to spray it with Clorox first, let it sit there for a while. Yeah, bleach, and then you wipe it up. So it's the whole thing.
Is this more toxic than toxic masculinity, or less?
So it's HANTA.
Yeah.
It's hantavirus. So it's a group of viruses mostly carried by these different rodents, mice, rats, etc. That get in your home. They had a doggy door, right? And so if those rodents are sick with this and you get it, it's a 40% chance you're going to die.
Yep.
How about we just get rid of all
severe
these
respiratory or renal diseases in humans?
It comes on like a. By the way, before we scare
My
the bejesus
God.
out of everybody, it's super rare.
It's super rare.
It's really, really rare, and you see it mostly in places like New Mexico and like that area because it's so there's so many like field mice because of the conditions there.
Mm-hmm.
But for people like Greg and I who freak out about,
yes,
if I see anything like that, the bleach is out.
Yep.
But yeah, you don't vacuum it up. But
No.
and tragically though, that is what they passed away from.
Wow.
Well, she did.
She did.
She died first.
Yes.
And then
his pacemaker.
And then he, because he had the Alzheimer's. He had no idea that he was there for a week with a dead body.
Oh.
And then he died. He died after because she was his caretaker.
Okay.
Which is, by the way, it's a little suspect. First of all, the fact that he's 95 with advanced Alzheimer's and his 60-something-year-old wife is taking care of him, and also,
well, why is that suspect?
Because at that stage, you need professional help.
Okay, well, she's 65. You guys keep telling me 65 is the new 45.
It is. It has nothing to do with her age, guys. It has nothing to do with her age. It has to
But
do
it's
with
a
the fact
lot
that-
for even if she were 35. Quite frankly,
Yep.
they needed hospice. I mean,
Yes.
I'll agree with you. She needed backup help.
And by the way,
hospice care.
Gene Hackman has kids. If your father is in advanced stage Alzheimer's, you don't call him every day, every other day, or call his wife and just check in, see how dad's doing.
I don't know. What's the relationship between the father and kids? We're just assuming they're the Brady Bunch. Maybe
It
they don't
doesn't
have
matter. It's your father, man.
Oh, yeah,
What
who
is
knows?
wrong with
Maybe they had a
you?
falling out 20 years ago
the
that
whole
you don't know
thing's
about.
And then the
I don't
one
like any of
dog,
this.
the one dog.
I like this
They had
devil's
the
advocate
doggy
role. It's
door.
fun.
They had the doggy door, so that's why the two of the German Shepherds were able
Yeah.
to get out there and eat squirrels or whatever they ate.
I feel bad for Hackman, who, whether he knew he was alone for a week or didn't,
he certainly didn't, right?
Probably just went out in a painful way. I mean, could have starved to death.
It's horrible.
Dehydrated.
Well, they said that he had no food in his system.
Yeah.
Ugh. So if not for the barking dogs out in the yard, because somebody did a wellness check or whatever,
Yeah.
God knows.
I just think that it's a shame because then, like think of the condition those two bodies were in when they finally found them.
Ugh.
Where were the
smells?
And then one of the daughters was like, oh, it must be carbon monoxide.
Yeah.
Like your father has advanced Alzheimer's. Don't you think something else was up?
Yeah.
The whole thing's just tragic.
It's a hell of a way to die it, though.
Gene Hackman's kids should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The whole thing. Yeah, the hero here, that there are those caretakers that were just hired to come every 10 days or whatever. And then the barking dogs, I don't know if it was a neighbor or the regular check that they did.
Mm-hmm.
But thank God they came to just do a wellness check.
By the way, if it was to call him over their inheritance that they're going to get from him, I'm sure they would have called every day.
As would I.
By the way, I'm just speculating. I have no idea about his relationship with his children.
Maybe he's broke. Maybe that's why they left him.
He wasn't
They
broke.
realized Dad wasn't worth a damn anymore.
He wasn't broke. So we talked about Joe Rogan earlier, and I hope I sent you guys this. Joe Rogan is being called out because he made a unfortunate mistake referring to one of the fighters, because we talked about over the weekend, he does the UFC play-by-play, whatever you want to say, but one of these he referred to as a young man accidentally, and this was actually a young woman.
Oh, for God's sake.
Amanda Lemos is very dangerous, but this young man has tremendous potential.
So it's Amanda.
So is it?
He just misspoke.
Okay.
Look at the video.
Yeah.
That looks like a dude.
Now, is that a female that claims to be a female? So
I
this
have
is
no
none of
idea,
the
you
trans
guys.
stuff, identity stuff?
Is that what that this is? I don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think Rogan would allow. Not Rogan. God, I always mix him up. Dana White. I don't think Dana White would allow a biological man to compete. Now,
agreed.
Is that person right there fighting against a man or a woman? Because it matters. I mean, because
I would assume a man.
Okay.
wait. Allegedly, this is a
woman, I mean.
women's.
Yeah.
Women fight
Okay.
women. This was Vegas.
Okay, so then the point
Saturday
being,
night.
I don't think that Dana White would allow a dude to come into UFC and identify as a woman and fight a female. I'm guessing Dana White says, no, that's dudes fight dudes, chicks fight chicks. But if, Rogan slips up, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, like, look at that video. Like, just put the video up one more time, Phil, if you're watching on YouTube.
It's Amanda Lemos.
Amanda Lemos is very dangerous.
She's very dangerous.
But this young man has tremendous potential.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mistake. I mean, come
It's
on.
a mistake. Yeah.
Plus, look at the face. I mean,
I don't know.
Plus
The
it's
person
Joe
looked
Rogan.
like they had an Adam's apple.
That's
I don't know
yeah,
what to say here.
I'm glad you say that because I'm looking at it too. Look how big the Adam's apple is.
Because that's women. Like, look at my neck. Women don't have.
Right.
not like mine.
Right.
Right. Look at Greg.
Now, Dawn, you have the normal neck.
I mean, for a woman, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like a woman.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I don't have the answer for you. I was looking for that.
And no female
Was
has the
he-
Kamala neck. The gizzard.
So somebody said awful announcing. Amanda Lemos, is a woman. I don't have the answer for you, but they say it was a genuine mistake.
Yep.
It's rare for him to slip up.
Yeah. And Awful Announcing's a site that, they love to take one slip up and try to ruin somebody's career, which, by the way, you're not going to ruin Joe Rogan's career. No. So you're picking a losing battle. You didn't go after somebody that's doing high school golf.
The story is that he was covering like back to back, and they were all male on male fights all night long.
Yeah.
And then it was just like a slip up.
Yeah.
He said the name Amanda.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Will Andrew Tate sex traffic her?
Oh, wow.
Oh, gosh.
50-50 coin flip.
Sorry.
So we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Make the magic happen. Kitchen Magic is the one you turn to. Their experts are going to guide you seriously through every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, you enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. What are you waiting for? Get the magic. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. That's your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Jimmy Kelly will give us the morning mystery movie clip for the day, and Phil Almquist will have Today in Music History, as well as the history of all American appliances throughout your household. Get ready. Laundry, wash, dryer, microwave, stoves, you name it, he knows it. And he's coming up next as well. It's Kayal and Company on this Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. So schedule a test drive today behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop, my friends, at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I tear my heart open, I sew myself shut. My weakness is that I can't do much, and my scars remind me that the past is real. I tear my heart open just to fail. I'm drunk and I'm feeling down, and I just wanna be alone. I'm pissed 'cause you came around. Why don't you just go home?
It's Kayal and Company, 9:45. Movies, music, and the Dawn Show all still ahead. But as we wrap up the day, we just talked about that story Dawn had in the Big Three about the fight at the flag football tournament in South Jersey. But Stalker found this story over the weekend. Virginia high school track star ends up being attacked by one of their opponents with the baton during a state title race. We're going to play the video for you in a second, but just a little context here. A Virginia high school sprinter suffered a concussion and a potential skull fracture when her competitor smashed her in the back of the head with a relay baton during their race. Brookville High School junior Kayal Tucker was the second leg runner of the 4x200 meter relay at VHSL Class 3 State Indoor Championships, which was held at Liberty University on Friday. Now, Tucker, who had earned silver in the girls' 55-meter dash earlier in the meet, was attempting to cut into the lane and into lane 1 during a battle for second place in the front pack as she was rounding turn 4. But instead of blocking her entry, Tucker's opponent, who attended IC Norcom High School, seemingly slows down, winds her back arm up, and smashes her in the back of the head with the baton.
This is if you're squeamish, you might not want to go to YouTube and see this video.
So let's roll the footage, Philip. Here we go.
Look at that.
Here she comes. Closing in.
Oh!
And hits her.
Oh, my God.
Right in the back of the head.
Oh.
The girl goes flying out of bounds, falls down.
Oh, my God.
Now, I will say that does not look normal and natural, but I was expecting it to be a little bit more, no doubt about it, no brainer, evil intent. Let's see here again. We don't need the audio. Let me watch it again. First time seeing this.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the...
Man, I wish I could run like that. Here he comes.
Look at that. Oof.
Yeah.
Man.
That, you know what? That does not look like a normal motion, although I am no track expert.
Just because I have no idea. Why do they carry batons?
It's for the relays.
For the
you hand
it's a
off the
relay.
baton, and
Gotcha,
the next person does their little stretch of running.
Stupid questions.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I don't know.
Just being bashed in the head.
Yeah, I lean towards that being an act of defiance, but I'm not 100% convinced. Although I think I saw, and maybe we'll play this tomorrow if we have time, I believe there's an explanation from either the victim or the alleged perpetrator of this assault. That does not look good, though. So...
No, I mean, you hit somebody in the back of the head with a baton, you're like,
right.
You want to do damage and harm to them, and that person should be she should be brought up on charges, no?
Maybe we should just cancel all sports.
For assault?
And nobody can play flag football or run a track meet nicely.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Phil.
Firing squad, maybe?
Yeah. Line them all up right with their batons and just take them all out. So
look, I know I'm sick and twisted, but I'm all about vengeance.
Okay, so here's the story.
No, you bump her. She does not. That's it. You're done.
Yeah.
You're done with any school, all of your college prospects. No, you beat somebody over during a race.
Also,
that is crazy.
When you hit somebody in the back of the head,
that's assault.
Yes, and like the parents, you know these people. They're brought up like animals, and they treat human life and other humans like they don't matter and care.
So I've got the now we're not going to have time to play the video, but Colin Rugg has a video of the girl explaining herself. So the high school runner who was accused of attacking another runner in the head with a baton says it was an accident.
An accident? That was not an accident.
Hold on. And once people
call 911. Where were the cops?
I'm not her
That's
defense
assault.
attorney. I'm just reading her quote. He wants people to think about her feelings. Her name is Alayla Everett. She says the video is one big misunderstanding.
No.
She says when we got to the curve, she kept bumping me in my arm. And when we got off the curve, I finally passed her. And that was when she hit me with the baton. Everett claims the camera angle makes the strike look intentional, but she claims her baton just got struck. Now I don't buy I don't buy that excuse. I'm watching a different replay of it in this video, and it looks actually worse than. So I'm actually now more in agreement with you guys that this was intentional. This angle actually makes the quote defendant look worse, and she's crying in the video with the explanation.
Yeah, she's crying because she knows that she was caught on video.
Yeah.
And she could not control herself. It's not just once. I mean, look at that.
This reminds me of the excessive fouls that Caitlin Clark took in basketball.
How many times did she whack her?
Well, that's true. Yeah, on this
Look at
angle,
that.
it looks like there's one. Is that is
she-
that a second one? Yeah.
I mean,
No. All right, firing squad it is. Yep. Sorry,
no, I
you
mean,
gotta go.
she needs to be, first of all,
Yeah.
she needs to face assault charges.
Animals.
Wow.
And she has not even apologized. She's doubling down on it. No.
All right. Well,
you're
there you
you're
go.
ejected from the game. That's it.
Throw her in jail, throw her parents in jail, throw her siblings in jail, throw her aunt and uncle in jail. Get rid of the whole lot of them.
Yep. Send him with Sam Bankman-Fried. All right, let's get down to Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Back into the left. Back into the left. Ipso facto.
You played it, huh? You ain't even took it out of the wrapper.
Do you know how many do-it-yourself records I get in here every day? If I played all of them, I wouldn't have time to play anything else.
Well, why did you lie to us?
Huh?
Why'd you say they didn't like us?
Hey, buddy, get her out of here. I gotta go back on the air.
I'm sorry, but there ain't nothing I can do once she gets cranked up like that. She'll not be here all day. I can't believe you do something so that gum mean as that.
About yourself, darling.
About myself?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210.
There
And you could win this great prize.
All right, how about this for a prize today? It's coming up again, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It is on Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Zioli's on TV right now. I just looked up.
Radio host.
Radio guys in New York again.
Radio.
So Conklin tickets, which means we'll have to have Conklin again in studio before then. Saturday, April 5th, Keswick Theater. Caller 12.
By the way,
855-839-1210.
the hint for this movie that we just played is, let's see all the Phil timers out there if they paid attention, because I mentioned this movie on Friday.
Phil timers?
Wait, I was just going to say that. Did I hear that correctly? Phil timers. So it's not full time or part time. It's Phil time. So he's getting Phil timers.
Hey,
He has a name for his Phil timers.
Phil timers. That's his fan base out there, right? Like the word we're going to do.
Kibby's the lead.
Phil's World. I think we have a segment that we've also kicked around called Phil's Facebook feed, and now we have the Phil timers. I mean, Zioli, Dom,
You love
Dawn,
this, Greg.
myself.
You know you do.
Dawn, we better watch. This guy's shooting for the stars.
He's going to have a full-time producer before I do, for crying out loud. Just like Phil Timers.
By the way, how is Zioli in New York again today? Does he have a second
Because it's in his
residence?
contract.
Oh, okay.
That's why. If you don't want him to be on other stuff, then put it in his contract.
Dawn just
It's the art of the deal.
I'm going to step aside.
I'm just saying.
Let's appease the Phil timers here.
Can't show up in our studio, though.
Wow.
I just triggered Greg.
Yeah.
Usually Greg is triggering me.
I've got a lot to learn about my career.
Goes up to New York all the time.
All right.
Can you come into the Philadelphia studio that pays you? Nah, I can't do that.
Nah, can't do that.
My foot.
Here I am thinking free parking was a victory for the town. That ain't nothing yet. All right, Phil Timer, take it away, pal.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today March 10th, we celebrate the birthdays of Carrie Underwood, who's 42, Tom Schultz from Boston, who's 78, Doug Ardito from Puddle of Mud, who's 54, Benjamin Burley from Breaking Benjamin, who's 47, and Jerry Horton from Papa Roach, who's 50. Side note, Papa Roach will be in Allentown with Rise Against on September 19th. We also lost Andy Gibb on this day in 88, and Danny Joe Brown from Molly Hatchet in 2005. Signature Good Times, Bad Times by Led Zeppelin in 69. Stand By Me by John Lennon in 75, Silly Love Songs by Wings in 76, and Overkill by Motorhead in 79. Album that could War of Kings by Europe in 2015, The Buzzcocks debut in 78, Glass Houses by Billy Joel in 80, and Scream by Chris Cornell in 2009. Also in 56, RCA Records placed a half-page ad in Billboard magazine claiming Elvis was the new singing rage. In 91, Pearl Jam changed their name from Mookie Blank. I knew Greg would like that. In 84, Ian Gillan left Black Sabbath after just 1 year with the band. In 81, Jimmy Page takes the stage for the first time since the breakup of Led Zeppelin. And in 75, the Rocky Horror Picture Show opens on Broadway, starring Meatloaf. But lastly, on this day in 2003, the Righteous Brothers, AC/DC, Elvis Costello, The Clash, The Police, and Floyd Kramer are all inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Up.
Wow, I thought they were all playing flag football at the park. There you go. Bill Almquist with Today in Music History.
And there was police involved, too, so.
There you go. Joe Conklin tickets are going to Alan in South Philadelphia because he knows the movie. Alan, what movie did we just play for you?
In 75, the Rocky Horror Picture Show opens. Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
Alan.
Hello?
Turn your radio off, Alan. It's not 1938.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, it's Coal Miner's Daughter.
There we go.
All right, there you go. All right, there you go. Next time, turn that radio off. It's called a delay. All right, the Dawn Stensland show is coming up in 3 minutes. We find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, there's some breaking news with Trump. We'll get to that. Trump's truth, the word he won't say. We'll talk about all of that and what's the latest locally when we talk about the budget. We'll look into that. Some great, important health news that we're going to get into on this first Monday after, of course, we lost an hour of sleep. So after daylight saving, we'll get into all of that. And I believe that today in the 11 o'clock hour, my better half, Lair Bear, will be calling in. So we'll get the Menti Monday. So.
Will he have done the dishes by the time he calls in? Probably not. All right. Dawn is coming up next. Everybody keep recovering from the hour of sleep you lost. I'm sure we'll all be better by Tuesday or Wednesday. Dawn is up next. Don't forget tomorrow. What time are
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Yes.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump
Yep.
on the show together,
Woo.
a.k.a. Sean Farish and Alex. I forget his last name, but he's the great Elon impressionist. He's going to join us. It's going to be epic. We'll see you tomorrow at 6.
Good night,
right
everybody.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite Leaf Filter Trusted Pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your Leaf Filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.